top summer of tough loving for that decayed mascot that settled in a worm lunch, lovely and vile. Half never even got comfy in a style. 15 past van ran around our country, lugging the heavy duffels that are hungry and proud. Young, dumb, loud, and repping the locale. Duffels that are hungry and proud. Young, dumb, loud, and repping the locale of whatever foul four-track nurture the child, and it works for a while. When a stone cold surf get a megaphone, a perch in a crowd. Wow, first things first, the alert, the allowed. Free every worker immersed in denial. Circle the now till his face turned purple, and never ever once turn worship and bow. Walk the fence like a deer in headlights through a fisheye lens. Hopped out the Ford for more folklore till his cape got caught in the door one morning. Please don't tap the phone and go no lights on, but the cat is home. Catacomb Kid Cudi with his calicos to try to coax big money out the rabbit hole, and it's a diary of savage folk with no future. No teacher taught him how to maneuver. No rules, so he authored the blueprint with no regrets and blamed self for the bloopers. Cooped up, keeping the quills dipped and busy with a little killer pillar. No tolerance for the tipsy, whether it's Six or City, I'm opening up. You sick of running on empty, coming soaking the smut. Dregs with a blacksmith coffin and a box of cassettes. Hey, you ready on the right? I was air with the missiles, I was earth with the mics. I was hopped up heading for the last of the lights with a sweaty upper lip on a midsummer's night. Come on! No. Come on! No. Come on! No. Come on.
Motivational Chinese beaver. Woo! That was Motivational Chinese Beaver.
Emergency, 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 emergency.
Check the army of doom patrol. Now I see human life as a whole at the end of time. Through tiny incisions cutting my soul. Waste intake, defecation, racing, testing methods of DNA retrieval stage. 38 months disintegration. Ready to build like first menstruation. What's your biological limitation? I study regional class and occupational subculture. A primitive change, but less rapidly to the vultures. Jesus returns as a woman with no evidence of carcasses. Say goodnight, I got the shakes, cause the body's mangled with Parkinson's. I see men build machines without treating their own disorders. Plus the Christian madhouse where the Carlos planning the slaughter. Sickly holiness, my connection to Kabbalah leaves you motionless. Focus the Maccabees, last days of kosher dish.
Emergency broadcast system. We interrupt your regularly scheduled program. Pay attention. Emergency urgency. Declare martial law. Program. State of emergency. Emergency broadcast system. We interrupt your regularly scheduled program. Pay attention. Emergency. Declare martial law. Program. State of emergency.
Created Islamic circuit, break the secret service, shatter my control, walk in the astral plane, consciously earthless. Manifesting truth to swallow serpent, snake like in they purpose. Slither sucking, fork tongue twisting, holy scriptures into curses. As the siren sounds, soldiers with weapons underground with grasp. Perhaps the only way to get up, pointing crosses with the gap. Now picture that. Ghetto terrain clustered by armored tanks and Romans. Federal emergency declared, prepare with their troops closing. Commandeer with riot gear, rifles secure where the beast lives. It's coming through like 12 heavily armed Sandinistas. We can all gain a place within the presence of the sun. Time to revolutionize with the mind and the gun.
Emergency broadcast system. We interrupt your regularly scheduled program. Pay attention. Emergency hold out call for urgency. Declare martial law. Program. State of emergency. Emergency broadcast system. We interrupt your regularly scheduled program. Pay attention. Emergency hold out call for urgency. Declare martial law. Program. State of emergency.
Psychological warfare destroyed air. Increased my bleeding, I had no mask when toxic gas left me with the hopes of breathing. Down to one lung, one thumb, a sour taste on my tongue. Energy for only 3 with 20 more miles to run. I'm in a maze of booby traps and loaded gas and water rats low. My oxygen plus my only lung about to collapse. My tunnel vision in this flight, therapeutic mind on ice. I feel threat from unknown forces as I slowly lose my sight. Demons shine and get destroyed when consciousness becomes coherent. Sweat large Indians appear then disappear like ancient spirits. Off to Mecca.
Emergency broadcast system. We interrupt your regularly scheduled program. Pay attention. Emergency hold out call for urgency. Declare martial law. Program. State of emergency. Emergency broadcast system. We interrupt your regularly scheduled program. Pay attention. Emergency hold out call for urgency. Declare martial law. Program. State of emergency.
Emergency, 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 emergency. Emergency, 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 emergency. Emergency, 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 emergency. Emergency, emergency,
Emergency broadcast system. We interrupt the regularly scheduled program. Pay attention.
Emergency,
hold out call for urgency. Declare martial law. Program. State of emergency. Emergency broadcast system. We interrupt the regularly scheduled program. Pay attention.
Emergency,
hold out call for urgency. Declare martial law. Program. State of emergency.
emergency, 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 emergency.
Millisecond speed to designated destination.
Did anybody just hear what anyways, I'm sorry. I don't know if I was muted or what have you, but yeah, welcome to the Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. I apologize for that little gaffe, but yeah, accidentally didn't unmute myself. But yeah, today we have an important show, you know, and I know not a lot of people watch these morning shows, but that's kind of sad, isn't it? Because the meat and bones of the programming in terms of the technological issues, you know, is really covered in this portion of the program, but they are posted, all the previous episodes, you know, Friday morning shows, you know. Of course, we have them posted for you guys, so you guys go and check those out. But in terms of today, we will be talking about the Promethean concept of man, originating from the Orphic Pythagorean, kind of worldview. And, in that worldview, obviously it's pre-Socratic. So it comes before, the instantiation of a lot of the philosophical ideas that we're used to dealing with, um, so one of the arches of the universal scope within that whole ideology, right, is about man. Man being a measure of all things. That man is a measure of all things, right? So we have this principle, right, that only man can judge man, right? That man is both the principle, the reason, right? And we get into anthropocentrism, right? This kind of foundational concept within religions, right? You have the concept of Krishna and, all of these ideas. But let's start with some Protagoras, because I'm going to start reading by the pre-Socratics, and we're going to move into the Promethean ideal. They're going to put a Prometheus, a statue. The proposal is to build a statue of Prometheus, okay, on Alcatraz Island, right? Similar to the Statue of Liberty that you see on the other side in New York. So this proposal to build this Promethean Colossus, right? The Promethean Colossus, what is the point of this? The Colossus obviously has a lot of history. We could talk about, Talos, the first Star Trek episode, they go to a planet called Talos 4, right? And they meet a race of beings called the Watchers who practice eugenics on a form of humans to realize their breeding practices, behind a double-blind screen. They observe these humans, right? And they create a false reality for these humans. They don't know who's watching at all times, right? So they create these false conditions for these humans in order to study them, right? So this is happening on a planet called Talos. Okay, this idea of technological power, right, coming from the gods, right? This is a very important concept, right? What makes man different, right? We have different ideas of the conception of man, if you will, right? And I was talking to some people about this yesterday, some Jewish fellas about this yesterday. I'll play the video at the end of this, but I know I'm just getting to my coffee right now, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, blessings to Creek Mary, blessings to Peckbeck, McKeck, great friend of mine, greetings to Browns boy, great friend of mine. Praise God, blessings, praise God. This is a good homie of mine, and a great supporter of the let me go ahead and put him on a mod function. You're in. Thank you so much, guys. Blessings to be here. You're in. And yeah, thank you for being here. Yeah, man, as the measure of all things. Oh my God, my camera has gone out. Hold on, give me a second, guys. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. My laptop's misfunctioning here. Give me 1 second. Let me sign back in here. 1 second, guys. Yeah, I hope that doesn't keep happening. But yeah, but I was talking about man as the measure of all things. Man, the idea of anthropocentrism, and I was talking about different instantiations of humanity, right? One would be this idea that mankind is a tool making animal, that what distinguishes us from, um, you know, the animals is our whole idea of how we construct technology and tools that are external to ourselves. We automate things, we encode things, this process of in framing our ideals within technology, being able to study nature, being able to manipulate our environment. And some people think that that is primary, but despite having this ability, certain animals, they have varied forms of intelligence, yet they don't seem more aligned because of their intelligence in order to create crafts or, these types of things. It doesn't really aid them in survival, right? So what is another reason why? Well, a lot of people look at the cultural edifice of man, his ability to create games, social and cultural games, rights, traditions, that animals don't really have these types of things, ethnicities and these sort of things. So our cultural way of forming our games. The first ideal is called Homo faber, right? Homo faber, right? A man as tool maker, right? The second one is called Homo ludens, right? Man as a cultural or social animal, right? As Aristotle configured that he was, right? He said man is a political animal, zoon politikon, right? Okay. Yeah, yeah, definitely they play some weird games. Dolphins, they love to look in the mirror at themselves. It's a high order of intelligence. You give a dolphin a mirror, he becomes obsessed with it. The dolphins will check themselves out in a mirror. This idea of self-awareness, right? Well, this goes to a much more fundamental point that I think was made by Lewis Mumford, in his work Technics and the Nature of Man, I believe it's called, right? But yeah, Lewis Mumford wrote a work on Technics in which he described this idea called the mega machine. And in that, he described society, and he described man within that society as symbol making, right? He said man is a symbol making animal, right? So man is an animal that makes symbols, right? Man is a beast with red cheeks, right? As Nietzsche said, right? That we're ashamed of our own nature, right? So that goes to Protagoras, right? Man as the measure of all things, right? Anthropocentrism, right? Let's take a look at some of his philosophy, right? Oh, whoops, I'm on the wrong fucking page here. Shit. Sorry, guys. Let me go to my thing on the sophists. After the atomists, the sophists. Protagoras is known as a sophist philosopher. This is what it says. He said, man is the measure of all things, of things that are, that they are, and of things that are not, that they are not. This radical empiricism, right? Promulgating man's reason and also symbols. We'll go to Gorgias, right? I think Gorgias has an interesting passage here, right? Look at this, right? He says, speech, right? About speech, about the logos, right? He mentions the logos, and he actually talks about logos as simply the symbol making capacity of man. He says, further, that by which we communicate is logos, but logos is not the objects, the things that are. Right. So he's presupposing this kind of dualism, right, within the reference frame of language, right? And he's saying that language has primary importance, right? That man and man's language is a primary mode, right, of understanding reality itself, right? That, and this also relates to the Hermetic principle, right? As above, so below, right? And the Kabbalistic notion of the archetypal man, which we'll mention a little bit down the road. And I was actually talking to some people who study the Kabbalah and all of that type of stuff, yesterday, some Jewish fellows, and they were understanding this idea about Adam Kadmon, and all of these concepts. Thank you guys for being here. Flo, Thank you for being here. Okay, I think I shouted everybody out actually. Oh yeah, Ice Grills, the homie Ice Grills, and the homie in the thought experiment. Blessings. Thank you guys. Some intelligent friends there. Yeah, for sure. You know, but yeah, man as the measure of all things. This idea of anthropocentrism, right? And the idea that man's language is the necessary instantiation. Now, this is against the idea, okay, that we're on the idea of logic and language, right? This goes against the idea of math and transcendental objects, right? Existing beyond, because, mind and language are kind of more, part of the inner world of mankind, than they are part of nature itself, right? So the way we understand nature, but that wouldn't be true if nature itself is composed of symbols, right? That point to something outside of nature, right? And many have, elucidated that concept. One of the first were the Orphic Pythagoreans, right? The Orphic Pythagoreans really dealt with this concept, and they had this idea of Phanes Protagoras, right? The melding of the male and the female energies, the divine feminine and the divine masculine, right? Often seen as a dragon and a phoenix, right? The phoenix lays an egg, right? It represents the divine feminine because within the egg is contained another phoenix, right? And the dragon, the feathered serpent, represents a merger of heaven and earth, right? By merging the reptilian form and the bird-like form. You know what I mean? So the feathered serpent is basically the unification of the above and the below, right? And the phoenix represents eternal regeneration or rebirth, right? The phoenix dies, it makes another one in its place, lays an egg, creates another phoenix, right? This phoenix is, so within it contains the idea of its own infinite regeneration, right? Just like the idea of the Ouroboros, right? So the idea of man being the measure of all things is this reiterative concept, right? Of this thing feeding into itself, right? No greater ideals, no greater, understanding, you know what I mean, right? Than the limit of man's own understanding, and it really gets stretched out in terms of the Luciferian concept. Now, Marx was a Luciferian, Karl Marx, right? And he thought that the social determinism, right, this was one of his key factors. And he actually said the root of man is man himself. Check that out. The root of man is man himself. You guys getting this shit? You guys getting this fucking shit? All right. Let me hold on. Let me get up on this fucking thing. But yeah, the root of man is man himself. All right. Well, one of the things that Skolimowski says, exactly. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. One of the things that Skolimowski says is that doesn't give you very deep roots, then, does it? Right. If the root of man is man, right? Exactly. So, and obviously he's drawing this from Gnosticism and all of this, kind of ideals, and also he has a pseudo eschatology involved in it, that he's borrowing from millenarianism. See this, his Freemasonic organization that was called the League of the Just, right? And also the ideas of the, um, all of these organizations was actually the realization of the kingdom of God on earth. So they drew on this pseudo eschatology, right, in which they would be immanentizing the eschaton, bringing man closer to his destiny. And this actually comes from this idea of perfectibility in Aristotle, right? That man has the inner potential. See, Aristotle thought the essence of things were based in their inner potential, right? And he thought that we were driven on a timeline to reach this perfectibility. We were, in other words, striving, right? This sense of striving against nature, right? This understanding of striving against nature, right? Man conquering nature, right, has a fundamental understanding from the Aristotelian framework, because it deals with this concept of the archetypal man, and also on a timeline, the perfectibility of man. This is a concept called teleology, right? Teleology, right? The teleological root of things, right, is in their essential nature, right? And that essential nature needs two things. It needs A, perfectibility, and two, time, right? Through these two things, it pulls its essence into the past through the future, right? So this is a very imagine a block, right? 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 A sculptor sees the image within the block, and then he carves away the block to unveil the image within the block, right? This is the kind of thing that Aristotle was thinking about, right? He was thinking that ideas form, right? Then action happens, right? And then there's a result, and the result is preconceived within the mental state. So in other words, we're bringing the future into the past through activity, right? And that was this idea, very fundamental idea of eminentizing the eschaton, right? Okay. But yeah, here we go. We also have this concept here in the Aeneid. So it's not just going to the Greeks, it's also stretched out. Here we have in the book, The River of God by Gregory Riley. He says the very need to find ancient justification for innovation in religion made quote unquote progress. Quote unquote progress. See, the pseudo eschatology of progress, the myth of progress, folks. This is what's happening, right? Right? This is what the time is, right? I'm trying to tell you guys what the time is, right? Right? Go look at the sort of ideas of technological innovation. They're taken for granted, right? I've been saying that for a very long time. In fact, I've said it for years, right? For those who had ears to hear, right? But it really doesn't matter who's listening, right? Although we know many more people are listening than are actually supporting these ideas, right? Anyways, he says the very need to find ancient justification for innovation in religion made quote unquote progress, or any change at all nearly impossible. Although those who invented new technology were praiseworthy, Virgil placed among the blessed dead those who discovered ideas or invented ways to improve human life. In the Aeneid, Book 6, line 663, right? And indeed, a lot of that passage, he describes different, Daedalus versus Minos and all these types of ideas, and I talked about telos, right? Telos was a robot, right? Created, right? By the god of technology. That's right. They had a god of technology called Hephaestus, right? This is why they liked all of their innovation and all of their, superiority over nature, right? The gods ruled nature, and one of the ways they ruled nature was through technology, right? In their understanding, right? You see this in the Aeneid. You see Daedalus building wings for himself, right? These are ways of technology, right? Hephaestus builds a giant robot for himself, right? And Medea had giant robots, goddess, anyways, we'll get back into that soon. But so you have this concept within Rome and within Greece, and within the pre-Socratics, right? I'm now going to read about the generation of man, right? Pythagoras, right? In Plato's dialogue, right? This is from the Protagoras, right? So we're going to read Socrates' battle with the sophists about these different concepts. Thank you guys for joining us, and yeah, and then we're going to move into this concept, this news about them building this Alcatraz robot, right? Alcatraz. I'm not sorry, robot. I accidentally said robot. The Alcatraz Colossus to Prometheus, right? Which I said robot because it kind of resembles Telos, right? Telos, yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah, I would look like you if I got a haircut. I'd look like a bitch, right? If I got a haircut, right? You know what I'm saying, right? Like some sort of Fed, military, buzz cut, like you look corny, dude. You look corny. You know what I mean, right? You look fucking corny. You know what I mean? Yeah. Feel free to hop up here, bitch. I mean, yeah, exactly. Kiss the ring. You know what I mean, right? Kiss the fucking ring. I mean, we're talking about Protagoras and Prometheus. Unless you demonstrate your understanding about these topics, I don't need to fucking go ahead and prove anything to you, sir. Fucking moron. All right. I'm talking here about Plato, and this motherfucker's telling me to get a job. You ever read the writings of Plato and Aristotle? You know what I mean, right? You know what I mean? Like, do you understand anything about the fucking slavery you're in? Right? You know what I mean? Yeah, that's okay. You could ban that guy. If he's too much of a bitch to come up here, then he can talk his shit. But the fact is that I'm here talking about philosophy. You here demonstrate your ignorance, on these topics, and then you're in the chat, and I saw your show. I saw your stupid fucking show, where you play your corny fucking guitar songs, white boy anthems and shit. Right? I saw your fucking show. Right? I mean, right? So, let's see what you got. Jeremy Peterson. Okay, let's see what you got, brother.
You do need a haircut. Like, look at you, dude. You look fucking nappy and disgusting.
Put your nappy. This is nappy to you? Maybe you don't understand how to like give descriptors, dude. You're fucking retarded. Like you said.
You mean
nappy.
adjectives? Adjectives?
I said description. Adjectives are descriptions, numbnuts. You don't understand that?
Yeah, I'm saying a better word to use in that situation would have been.
You don't actually know how to talk to people. You're a fucking rude little bitch. I don't even know who the fuck you are, dude. To be honest, I have no fucking reason to talk to you. Right?
Oh, you told me to come up. You told me to come up, so
I did tell you to come
you
up.
Put me backstage like a little bitch again, or what?
Yeah, no, but you're talking about descriptors and adjectives. You're saying that they're not even the same thing. I mean, dude, learn how to fucking talk to people. I don't know who the fuck you are. I'm gonna tell you again. What the fuck do you have to say about Protagoras or Plato or the archetypal man or any of those fucking issues? You got anything to say about the origins of Western philosophy? If you don't, I'll say you're a fucking moron. You don't have any balls to actually speak on the issues. You're here disturbing a fucking show you know nothing about, right? What's your point? What the fuck's the point?
Are you schizophrenic? I'm just curious. Are you schizophrenic?
I'm here curious too. Are you here diagnosing people on the internet? Do you have a psych degree?
No, you just seem extremely schizophrenic.
What's your issue? Like, why?
Did you create this personality for the internet alone? Who were you before you created this personality on the internet? Who were you before the internet? I'm curious.
Who are you? Who are you? Are you schizophrenic, or do you have a mental illness?
No, I'm Jeremy Peterson. I live in Seattle, Washington. I'm not schizophrenic at all.
Yeah, I'm Muhammad Kang. I live in Detroit, and I'm not schizophrenic at all. Dickhead.
You look schizophrenic as fuck. You look like you're hiding under some.
I look schizophrenic. That's not how
you're
diagnose
hiding.
people.
Dude, look at you, dude. The long hair.
Hey, excuse me. That's not how you diagnose people with schizophrenia. You're aware of that, right? You hop on people on the internet and you diagnose people with schizophrenia. Well, you got a DSM-5, or are you a professional? Like, what? You look at people and you can tell that they're schizophrenic, right? I don't even know who the fuck you are.
Yeah, I was pre-med for a long time. People like you are definitely.
So you're a schizophrenic. Okay, thanks. Thanks, buddy. So you're the fucking schizophrenic. I understand what's going on with you. You're a fucking schizophrenic bitch. So you were pre-med for a long time, right? Right? You diagnose yourself, cocksucker, and have a good day, faggot. You know what I'm saying, right? You know what I'm saying? Well, that wasn't a good interaction. That wasn't a kind interaction with this man. This man comes up and insults me, Radio Foreman. Well, look out for your channel and who you are. And Radio Foreman, folks, go check out whatever that is. You know, it looks like the piece of shit. Straight up, pathetic. Exactly, straight up pathetic. 9 a.m. drunk trolling. Got nothing better to do. You know, I gave him a chance. I said, "You got something to say about Plato, Aristotle, any of these things?" Man's got nothing. He's out here trolling, diagnosing people on the internet, being a drunk fucking bitch. All right. Okay. Anyways, Protagoras, right? And we love to waste time here. We love to waste time here, folks. So please, you know what I mean? Engage us. You know what I mean? But yeah, you know, let's go to this. Did I create this personality for the internet? Why don't you ask the people who know me off the internet? That wouldn't be you. You have no idea whether I talk this way in real life or I don't talk this way in real life. Many people have talked to me off the internet about Pythagoras, Plato, Hermeticism, any of these topics. I bring the fucking discussion right to you. So don't worry about it. You know what I mean? I'll bring it for 16 people and I'll bring it for you. You know, right? But you don't want to have a discussion on these issues, right? Right? We'll be showing up on your show, Radio Foreman, right? We'll be showing up on your channel and asking you, watching your show and diagnosing you and seeing what a fucking retard you are. So don't worry about it. Right? We know who you are, right? I'm glad this guy tells us where he lives and all that stuff before he starts telling me, starts spreading lies about people on the internet. Fucking stupid little lying bitch. Right? That's what it is. Are you schizophrenic? Anyways, let's go look at technology in Prometheus. You know what I mean? I'm going to go a little bit. Give me a second. Let me try to find this where we are. And these people don't really know how many people watch this show that embarrass themselves. You know, I think that guy's friends with Provo Kid. We'll figure out what Provo and these fucking retards have. You know, Prometheus and Epimetheus. Okay. The consensus was that should proceed in whichever he wished. Okay, hold on. Let me go to this. Protagoras. Okay. This is Protagoras, right? He's talking about the origins of man, right? Thank you guys for joining us. Protagoras, I just don't think that virtue can be taught, says Socrates, right? I don't think that virtue can be taught, but when I hear what you have to say, I waver. I think there must be something in what you are talking about. I consider you to be a person of enormous experience who has learned much from others and thought through a great many things for himself. So if you can clarify for us how virtue is teachable, please don't begrudge us in your explanation. I wouldn't think of begrudging you an explanation, Socrates, right? Replied, right? Protagoras, right? But would you rather that I explain by telling you a story as an older man to a younger audience? Very good, right? As an older man to a younger audience, right? Or by developing an argument, the consensus was that he should proceed in whichever way he wished. I think it would be more pleasant, he said, if I told you a story. There once was a time when the gods existed, but mortal races did not. There once was a time when the gods existed, but mortal races did not. When the time came from their appointed genesis, the gods molded them inside the earth, blending together earth and fire and various compounds of earth and fire. When they were ready to bring them to light, the gods put Prometheus and Epimetheus in charge of decking them out and assigning to each its appropriate powers and responsibilities. Okay. So these two figures, Prometheus and Epimetheus, okay? let's go to this. Epimetheus begged Prometheus for the privilege of assigning the abilities, right? The abilities himself. When I've come to completed the distribution, he said, you can expect it. Prometheus agreed, right? So Prometheus was the one who oversaw the creation of mankind, although he was not responsible for giving man his particular abilities, right? So this is why later we see Prometheus kind of, you know, giving man the gift of fire, right? He didn't really understand why man's abilities were proportioned the way he did, right? So, to some he assigned strength without quickness. The weaker ones he made quick. Some he armed, others he left unarmed, but devised for them, but devise for them some other means of preserving themselves. All right. So there's no notion of equality in the beginning of the creation of mankind, right? Men are created with different abilities. He compensated for small size by issuing wings for flight in an underground habitat, since size was itself a safeguard for those. He made large, and so on down the line, balancing his distribution, making adjustments, and taking precautions against possible extinction of any of the races. After supplying them with the defenses against mutual destruction, he devised for them protection against the weather. He clothed them with the thick pelts, though hides capable of warding off winter storms, effective against heat, and serving also those built-in natural bedding when they went to sleep. He also shod them, some with hooves, others with pads and bloodless skin. Then he provided them with various nourishment, plants for some, fruit for trees for others, roots for still others, and there were to some he gave consumption and other animals as their sustenance. Now, this is important. To some he gave the capacity for few birds. To others, ravaged by the former, he gave capacity for multiple births and so ensured the survival of their kind. But Epimetheus was not very wise. He absent-mindedly used all the powers and abilities on the non-reasoning animals. Okay? So none of these abilities belong to man, right? He left the human race completely unequipped, right? Okay, this is about man in the state of nature, right? Being defenseless against nature, right? So, and notice he called them unreasoning animals, right? So they don't possess reason. So another thing that distinguishes man is his capacity to reason. That's the main thing for Plato, right? Is a rational mind, right? He explains in the in the Republic, the nature of the philosophic dog, right? Who attacks those he has no experience with, right? We saw a philosophic dog on this show just recently, a philosophic bitch, right? Show up and attack those he has no experience with, right? And defend those that he's familiar with for no reason, right? It's because they have a sort of rudimentary reason, right, which comes from the heart, right, the thumos, right? So this is their vitriol, right? So this idea of vitriol, shame, and honor, trying to humiliate and shame other people, right? It also comes from this dog-like concept, dog-like nature, so bitch-like nature, if you will. I mean, right? You know what I mean, right? So that's kind of what we have here, but that nature is an intermediary between the animal and the human, right? Right. See, if you were a Mormon, like this buddy professed to be, right, he would already understand the makings of the tripartite soul. He should be able to explain any of this, because this was borrowed by the Kabbalists and the Freemasons and the Mormons, right? He should be able to explain any of this to me, with much more understanding than I would have, right? Because it's built into the foundations of their religious principles, right? Instead, they're out here playing shitty guitar songs while I'm here explaining it to you guys. While they're claiming I have some fake personality. It's like, motherfucker, you play shitty songs for 5 people. Okay, I'm here teaching, more than 10 at least. I mean, it really doesn't matter how many people are here looking at this or learning from this, but at least we went into Plato. At least we went into the notion of the archetypal man. At least we're going into Orphic Pythagoreanism. At least we're going into the ideas of equality and justice and nature and man and technology and where technology originates, right? This is what we need, right? We need to understand and deal sternly with these concepts, right? We don't need to promulgate a trumped up religious understanding, right? Or some fake shit. Is that right? But so I mean, the philosophic dog, right? The thumos, right? And the nature of humans, the unreasoning nature, the rational mind separating us from nature itself, because the rational mind is not placed here, it's placed within the transcendental scope, right? And this makes us separate from nature, this concept, right? So this is a foundational concept within this, right? That is not just in Plato, right? This is Protagoras. So also what I'm trying to explain to you guys, or what I have been attempting to prove, is that this is not a Platonic concept. It's pre-Socratic, right? And it actually has to do with the pagans, right? The pagan ideology coming from the mystery cults. And also these mystery cults educated and explained the concept to Plato himself, right? So these are all interesting. But yeah, let's go on a little bit. You know what I mean? While he was floundering about at a loss, Prometheus arrived to inspect the distribution and saw that while the other animals were well provided with everything, the human race was naked, unshod, unbedded, and unarmed. And it was already the day on which all them human beings included were destined to emerge from the earth into the light. It was then that Prometheus, desperate to find some means of survival for the human race, stole from Hephaestus, right? Hephaestus, there's our boy, the god of technology, Hephaestus, right? And Athena, wisdom and the practical arts, together with fire, and that which the kind of wisdom is effectively useless, and gave them outright to the human race. The wisdom it acquired was staying alive, wisdom for living together in society, political wisdom it did not acquire, because that was in the keeping of Zeus. Okay. So interesting. Okay. Let's break that down right now. All right. So man was given the ability to create things through Prometheus, right? According to the story, right? Now, the ability to run the political sphere, right? Because Athena and Prometheus, Athena and Hephaestus, right? They're gods of the city, of technology, of war, right? Whereas of the other side, right, you have these gods, Demeter and these kind of gods, in which they adopt the nature worship for the Pythagorean, for the schools of Orphic Pythagoreanism, right? Why? Because they see nature itself as this ideal, right? They see the mathematical realm, right, within nature itself, right? So they see the idea of the transcendental within nature, right? This is why when Aristotle rejected the forms, right, it was the Aristotelian philosophers who went and took nature, made nature itself the ideal, not nature as in trees and bees, but nature with a capital N, right? The order of things in the outside world, right? The nature, right? Anyways, yeah, blessings, guys. You know what I mean? But the city, right? The city, right? Because the gods of the city were different than the gods of the nature. This is why pagans were referred to as country folk. I think pagan means country folk, right? That means you don't worship the gods of the city, right? right? And Gentiles and pagans kind of mean the same thing when you're going for St. Paul, right? Because he's using Greek, right? So anyways, let's go on a little bit. You know, these are deep concepts. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. You got to come with the heat. Wisdom for living together in society, political wisdom. It did not acquire because that was in keeping with Zeus. Prometheus no longer had free access to the high citadel that is the house of Zeus. And besides this, the guards there were terrifying, but did not sneak into the building of Athena and Hephaestus shared to practice their arts. And you stole from Hephaestus the art, and from Athena her arts. Okay, and he gave them to the human race, and it is the origin of resources of human beings needed to stay alive, came into being. Later, the story goes, Prometheus was charged with theft, all on account of Epimetheus. Okay, Prometheus was blamed for Epimetheus' mistake. Right. Okay. It is because humans had a share of the divine dispensation. Interesting terminology, divine dispensation, that they alone among animals worship the gods in whom they had a kind of kinship and erected altars and sacred images. It wasn't long, had invented houses, clothing, shoes, blankets, nourished by food and the earth, thus equipped human beings at first lived in scattered isolation. There were no cities. They were being destroyed by wild beasts. Okay. So let's take a look at this, right? So the political arts, right, that are seized, right, from the gods, right, are the ideals of worship. And this is because we have and possess those gifts of the gods taken from Hephaestus, like the ability to create technology, right? Okay. So this was what the story is referring to, right? Okay, I'll read that again. It wasn't long before they were articulating speech and words. Oh, wait, hold on. Whoops. Whom they had kind of a kinship, erected altars, sacred images. It wasn't long before they were articulating speech and words and invented houses, clothes, shoes, blankets, were nourished by food from the earth. Thus equipped human beings at first lived in scattered isolation. There were no cities. They were being destroyed by wild beasts because they were weaker in every way. And although their technology was adequate to obtain food, it was deficient when it came to fighting wild animals. This was because they did not yet possess the art of politics, of which the art of war is a part. They did indeed try to band together and survive by founding cities, right? Okay, now cities are the hub of technology. You see that today, right? Cities are a hub of technological innovation. They're the hub of international trade, right? Right now, but that's why the people who live outside the city, right, they fall into the worship of mystery cults, right? Of nature worship, right? Right? Because they don't align, right, political life as a gift from the gods, right? They see nature as peopled with divine entities, right? And they see nature as the ideal, right? So they went against the state, right? They formed a society against the state, mystery cult, right? Like Orphic Pythagoreanism. Now it's important to notice that because man was forsaken by the gods, right? Because of getting technology, our technological life or a technological vehicle of expression is kind of going against our natural inborn capacity and also our political capacity. See, these are put in three different modes, right? Right, the natural capacity of man, his capacity to make technology, and also his political or social capacity, as I was explaining in the beginning, right? There's many different ways of looking at humanity, right? Now you could look at this idea. Thank you, Venus. Blessings. Thank you for being here. Thank you, Cam, brother, for being here. Thank you so much. Checking out my shit. You know what I mean? Yeah, man. You know what I mean? Yeah, but yeah, I explained this earlier in these 4 modes. I come through the idea of Rousseau, that first man saw nature peopled with, entities, with spirits, right? Took the gods out of nature, put them into the temple. Then he made the temple the place of divine understanding, and then he kicked the gods from out of the temple and moved into the temples themselves, right? Promulgating themselves as the gods, right? Man as the measure of all things, this satanic religion, right? Is going with that, ideal, the ideal of progress, the ideal of going beyond man, right? Of surpassing humanity, right? Kind of this notion is misanthropic in a sort of way, right? But yeah, then you have this notion of the spirit, right? The spirit being a part of the greater sense in which man is, brought through the spirit, right? Now we understand the soul placed in the heart of man. Now, this sort of dualism between the inner and the outer world, right? Then gets applied to the collective, the social order, right? And then the social order is seen as the spiritual vessel in which man is, man's collective spirit is sort of exemplified. And this is the archetypal sense, archetypes, these residue of these universal, memes that kind of bubble up over time. This is the atemporal sensibility of man, right? The one that goes beyond time, right? And then you have the instantiation of man being a complete automaton, right? Where we get information put into us from the outside world, and we spit out information on the other end, right? Man is just a translator for information that's going on outside of us, right? This is this cybernetic model, right? Nature as a cybernetic model, right? And these sort of degenerative capacities of insight, form the real instantiation of humans. I hope you guys have enjoyed those explanations. You know what I mean? Let me read a little bit more of this, and then I'll go ahead and, play some videos for you guys, play some music for you guys. We'll take a look at some of these news items, This was the beginning. They did not yet possess the art of politics, which the art of war is a part. Right? They did indeed try to band together and survive by founding cities. The outcome when they did so was they wronged each other. Notice the same story, right? Cain went on to build cities, right? Just as the, first humans who built cities, they went on to wrong each other. Very interesting, right? Because they did not possess the art of politics. Very interesting. They didn't possess the theopolitical state, right? Right? The art of politics. So they would scatter again, be destroyed. Zeus was afraid that our whole race might be wiped out. So he sent Hermes to bring justice and a sense of shame to humans so that there would be order within cities and bonds of friendship to unite. Okay? Hermes, all right? Zeus was afraid that our whole race might be wiped out, so he sent Hermes, okay? Now, this is another thing. Hermes created science, right? This is why Hermeticism is basically alchemy, right? Of Zosimos, right? Which he read the Gnostic scrolls, right? Why did Zosimos find his understanding in the Gnostic writings, right? Such as the secret book of John, right? It's because these books promulgated man as the measure of all things. They promulgated a radical empiricist methodology, right? Just taken from Aristotle, right? The idea of science. Aristotle created the word science and biology and these types of things, right? But the explanation of these things, right? How they would be linked to the greater sense of science and understanding, right? Through Zosimos, right? would be about man being the measure of all things. As I said, as above, so below, right? So they have this notion of the archetypal man, right? Within the Sabian cosmology, right? And also the Mandaean cosmology, right? Mandaeans, right? Anyways, so he sends Hermes, right? Who else you gonna send, right? Hermes, the messenger god, right? You see a fucking Hermet, the staff of Asclepius on the fucking, that he got from Hermes, on the back of the fucking ambulance. It's about transforming man from the inside out. Alchemy, right? Transforming things from the inside out, right? Okay. All right. Anyways, all right. This is how the satanic science works. All right. This is what I'm telling you guys, right? Okay. Bonds of friendship unite them. Hermes asked Zeus how he should distribute shame and justice to the humans. Should I distribute them as the other arts were? This is how, see, shame and justice, right? Without honor, right? Without no shame, there's no honor. Without no shame, there's no honor. Even the ancients knew this, right? The ancients understood this. Hermes asked Zeus how he should distribute shame and justice to humans. Should I distribute them as the other arts were? This is how the others were distributed. One person practicing the art of medicine suffices for many ordinary people and so forth. The other practitioners. Should I establish justice and shame among humans in this way, or distribute it to all? To all, said Zeus. And let all have a share, for cities would never come to be if only few possess these. As if the case of other arts, the established this law as coming from me, death to him who cannot partake of shame and justice. For he is a pestilence to the city. And so it is, Socrates, that when Athenians and others as well are debating architectural excellence or the virtue of proper to any other professional specialty, they think that only a few individuals have the right to advise them, and they do not accept advice from anyone outside these select few. You've made this point yourself, and with good reason, I might add. But when the debate involves political excellence, which must proceed entirely from justice and temperance. Look at that. Justice and temperance. Temperance is the highest virtue in terms of, Aristotle. And he said that man is the political animal, right? They accept advice from anyone with good reason, for they think the particular virtue, political or civic virtue, is shared by all, or there wouldn't be cities. There wouldn't be any cities. This must be an explanation of it, Socrates. Wouldn't be any cities. Okay. This must be an explanation of it, Socrates. All right. Thank you guys for joining us. Let's take a little break here, Drop this StreamYards link. You guys come up and talk to me if you want. Or the trolls. We had those guys already, Fucking bitch ass motherfuckers. With no balls. And demonstrating again and again, you have no fucking knowledge. You know what I mean? So why do you come and try to analyze my, rhetorical maps I'm trying to lay out if they're all just confusion, right? Go watch something that you like, right? But if you don't want to do that, feel free to come and yell at me if you want to. It is what it is. But yeah, blessings to everyone here. Ice Grills, we got my friend here. Thank you so much, brother. What's going on?
Hey, what's up? How you doing today?
I'm doing great, my friend. Got Sarah out here. Thank you, Sarah, for being here. Blessings. Sterling Ray, thank you for being here. Jimbo Khan, blessings. Sorry about that, my friend.
Just appreciate the work you're putting in, man.
Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do a little bit. I mean, did you see this Alcatraz thing? This thing is fucking crazy, man. This shit is crazy.
Where is it? California?
Well, they're trying to build it off. I think Neurojack said it was San Francisco Bay. Let's see if we could get more information about this shit. Obviously, Uber Boyo, the fake philosopher, I don't mind calling him out. I know he knows Adam Green and all that stuff. Come and debate me, Uber Boyo. I'll shut you down. Right? Any of these big YouTubers, I don't even know if they're gonna really explain what this is, but basically, I kind of showed the website the other day. They had a website for it that got taken down. It looks super gay as well. But yeah, it was this statue, a colossus of Prometheus that they wanted to build on Alcatraz Island that basically looks like a fucking demonic, statue here. You know what I mean? Promethean Colossus, and why not? Because it instantiates everything I'm saying about the combination of the divine feminine and the divine masculine, right? So they got this idea about the liberty representing the divine feminine, and then they're gonna have a man, I can't find this again. Okay, I found something on it, but yeah. Oh, whoops, there's Lanza there. Yeah, I found something on it, but yeah. The picture here. So divine feminine and divine masculine. So this is what they want it to look like. Promethean Colossus. This is funny. It says social justice warriors and Black Lives Matter activists with their quote-unquote woke agenda have almost completely destroyed our educational system by rejecting meritocracy in favor of quote-unquote equity and quote-unquote fairness, and by quote-unquote canceling many of our canonical thinkers. Okay. It mentions Nietzsche right here. He said Nietzsche says they were driven by a slave morality. I read this on my show the other time about slave morality and master morality. This is interesting who it lists here. It says greatest presidents like Theodore Roosevelt, Thomas Jefferson, Abraham Lincoln will eventually redirect the resentment towards smashing busts of Aristotle and Plato. There's our boys. The same zombies have fully embraced the Palestinian cause. What the fuck? Yeah, I mean, you got a little bit of Zionism on there. You got a little bit of conservatism in there thrown in. It's interesting that they're trying to make it a political statement. I think that is, I don't know why they're trying to do that. That's not very political savvy. They're already branding the thing in the wrong way, from my opinion. But the fact that they're trying to build a ideal to the divine masculine, the island boys. You know what I mean, right? And yeah, man. I just think that's crazy. They're trying to make, because it represents Phanes Protagoras, this mixture of the divine masculine, divine feminine on two different aspects of the thing, and also it represents Zeus and Athena, right, on the two different aspects of the understanding there, and the combination of the masculine and the feminine, the negative and the positive, the acid and the alkaline, right, inside of the hermetic understanding, and he's trying to bring all of this type of shit together, and they're doing a ritual in plain fucking daylight. They want to do a ritual in plain daylight by building these two fucking statues. It's alchemical. It's alchemical meme that they're trying to. Yeah.
What? It's government funded?
Not yet. They want to get funding for it. They've proposed it as a project, right? So a satanic organization, led by this guy Giorgiani, right? Jason Reza Giorgiani, who's an Iranian Zionist, and a self-proclaimed supporter of the Antichrist. Right? He says that he wants the Antichrist to come about. He wrote a book about it. He said that the Antichrist is going to come as a telepathic female, that is going to be, something about virtual reality and transhumanism, and of course he's a transhumanist as well. So he believes in radical empiricism, fringe science, occultism, and transhumanism. It's a perfect mix. See, this man understands his own philosophy. Right? Right, you know what I'm saying? Right. And that's the point, is that, how could, um yeah, I mean, is there a difference between politics and religion? Shit. Well, I just talked about the theopolitical ideal, right? I mean, from the pre-Socratic notion, I mean, the gods gave man the gift of politics. So even in the pagan understanding, there was no difference, between God, king, and people. The understanding that politics and religion, or other words, the cleaving of the theological from the political, really is modern. It's a modern invention, right? Exactly. It's a Luciferian, big time, big time Luciferian.
Like, what do they get out of that, do you think? Like, other than they make an effigy, they, I don't know, sell tickets and
it's mimetic, it's a mimetic restructuring. I mean, what can I say? Like I was talking to the Jews yesterday, and they were saying, look, well, somebody can just invent Superman, and Superman's not fucking real. And I said, yeah, but what's weird is that Superman comes from a planet where everybody's fucking has the last name L. Like, why? And I'm asking these Jews, I'm like, you guys know about L, right? Like L, like Elohim. You know what I mean, right? Like why would they want to tell fucking little kids in a comic book about L? You know what I'm talking about, right? Like why? Like why the fuck would they want to do that? It's because it's a powerful statement. It causes your mind to think, oh, yeah, this is about human ingenuity. What is this San Francisco Bay? What is this whole thing about? It's about human ingenuity. What is our political struggles about? It's about human ingenuity. It's a gift from the gods, and so you're not supposed to question these things, right? You're supposed to not take them for granted. I mean, you just have got to take them for granted. I mean, instead of questioning them, is what I meant to say, people think this is a fucking character. Can you believe this guy? And this is crazy, man. I worry about these things in the middle of the fucking night. And this is a character. Come on, buddy.
Oh yeah, the guy.
Yeah. I think. Yeah.
He's doing it big if he's here. So.
That's right. That's right.
You may not know yet.
Yeah, and the types of and the gall to think that I'm gonna sit up here and argue with you when I gotta read Plato. It's not gonna happen, buddy. Like
I don't even think they let him take that book out of the library, to be honest. I think he'd give the librarians a little bit of shit and like tell them that there's something that they're not. And they'd be like, "Get out of here, son."
And to just come up here to just be stamped with the disapproval of this audience, these good people, like, come on, dude. Like, you really played yourself, homie. Like, you played yourself. Like, I don't understand that one. It's like these are some good people. You might want to get in on this, but nah, you too busy. Being arrogant. That's what it is. But yeah, I mean, man, I hope these motherfuckers get to brass tacks on this shit, man. I'm going to open this video against my better judgment. It is what it is, guys. But it's labeled American Colossus, Giorgiani, and Uber Boyo, self-proclaimed Nietzschean philosopher. See what he's got to say. I'll go a minute into this. Skip their fucking introductions and shit.
There's a link in the description to the website,
here's a link.
AmericanColossus.org. American Colossus is a 501c3 nonprofit organization with the aim of building a colossal statue of Prometheus, taller than the Statue of Liberty.
Wow. Okay, I just came in at the perfect time. So that's the explanation there, right? So they're going to build a Promethean statue a little bit taller than the Statue of Liberty, right? Again, this represents the the preeminence of the male within the male and female scheme, right? And obviously, there's a note inside of the Statue of Liberty that says it was given to America by the French Grand Orient Temple Freemasons, and it's a symbol of Freemasonry in America. So this is basically the type of liberty, and obviously at the French, Thomas Paine, who quotes Milton, John Milton's Satan in his work Common Sense, right, as the good guy. Okay, this is a concept that is from the Freemasons. If you go to I only know one Satanist, and I'll tell you this one thing about this one Satanist that I know is that he loves Satan's character in John Milton's Paradise Lost, and he also is a radical empiricist. He believes in science and empiricism, 100%. Okay, and he even said that he left his satanic church because they were too woke. Okay, so they believe in the hyper liberal agenda. They're actually the foundations of this is in the Masonry. So for them to turn around and go, oh yeah, we're turning against woke culture, it's like, look at yourself, motherfucker. You guys founded this liberal ideal with Paulo Sarpi becoming the main reading for Masonic texts, and this was the guy who promoted Galileo when nobody promoted Galileo. You know what I mean? So science and technology, the promotion of science and technology came with the instantiation of classical liberalism and Freemasonry. So the fact that they're now turning their heels at this, and they're going the other way, and they're the ones who founded this ideal, as I just took so much pains to explain to you in the first hour of this fucking broadcast, and probably went over a lot of people's heads, because it's philosophical concepts. But this is how they hide their beliefs. They couch it within symbolic, philosophical, they envelop it within these things, so that you don't know what you're talking about, right? But the experts do, right? That's the problem, right? Let's fucking go to this shit.
Alcatraz Island in San Francisco Bay. And just to give you an overview of how this project materialized, I had come out with a piece on, I believe it was February 7th, called American Prometheus. And it was originally published on my blog, and then it was republished by Arctos in the Arctos Journal. And if you go onto the American Colossus website, there's actually a section that has articles where we're going to be posting pieces on a fairly regular basis on a Substack that's associated with American Colossus. There's an American Colossus Substack, and the titles of the articles that get run there will also be linked on the website. One of those is this piece, American Prometheus, which I released on February 7th. And after I came out with that, Ross W. Calvin reached out to me. And Ross Calvin is a businessman. He's a trained economist, actually a very brilliant economist, who has some radical, innovative ideas, in particular for reestablishing American economic dominance vis-a-vis China by...
And it's funny that they mentioned Plato and Aristotle right on the Substack of the website, and about removing the bus of those people. How Plato and Aristotle, and I've went over this so many times, the philosophy of Plato and Aristotle was rejected within Athens. So if you think that this was a great pride of the Athenian people, who build statues to their goddess Athena, you know, and here is fucking you know, Plato coming around and saying, you know, writing about how, hey, you know, Athena, you know, she didn't really want to give people, you know, politics and stuff like that, and it was kind of a punishment because they had gotten stolen technology from the gods and all this type of stuff. Well, you know, Heraclitus, you know, who Plato also studied, said Homer should be flogged. Right, Plato was rejected in Athens, folks. Right, but it's not like his philosophy. Like they put up busts of Plato and Aristotle. You know, they said if Plato and Aristotle, you guys teach here, we'll kill you. We'll kill you. Right. So that's important to realize. You know what I mean? Right. So so the fact that, you know, he's gonna go ahead and say that, you know, is interesting, and also the fact of Plato being involved in Orphic Pythagoreanism, which I've elucidated many times. Right, I've elucidated sources, Pliny, Pliny the Younger, and or was it Pliny the Elder? I don't fucking know, but I read it out. Okay, he talked about the priests of the Magi's, the fucking Zoroaster, and all that type of stuff. Democritus, Empedocles, Plato, how they were all involved in these Orphic Pythagorean cults. You know what I mean? Yeah, blessings. Yeah, mindful exposures. Hop up here, mindful. Be good to see you. Trying to bait mindful exposures to come on the panel. Blessings, you know, and no pressure, of course. You know, Mr. Meow G, good to see you, my friend. Brother Mikey, thank you for watching, my friend, as always. You know, and peace to your family, my friend. Anybody want to hop up here, feel free. Jack Talcott's in the building. Thank you so much. Yeah, this world is friggin' nuts. That's right, brother. You know, it's crazy stuff. Skyworks. Good stuff, homie. Totem. Yep. That Toltec. War god. You know what I mean? Quetzalcoatl. You know what I mean? Oh, Sarah's so nice. Sarah, you don't have to do that. You're so nice. Thank you so much.
No, it's hilarious. I was just thinking, I'm like, man, it has been a while since I've been able to catch one of your shows. And Aaron was talking about how he was on here all night dancing around and stuff. I was like, I got to make sure I jump into TML.
He
I had
sure
to see my
was.
brother. How you doing?
Yeah, he sure was out here dancing. Yeah, he was dancing his, yeah, you know, he was shaking his tootie.
Oh, crap. You just muted yourself or something. I lost you. 1 second.
Oh,
oh, nope. That's on me. Hold on. Yeah. I'm having issues. All right, we're back.
It's all good, homie. Yeah, blessings. Thank you for being here. Yeah, Aaron, you know, was keeping it real. You know, I was playing some Talcott, some music and shit. He was dancing. It was cool, you know, with the filter on. You know what I mean? So, yeah, man. Aaron Corbett. Yeah, he's a funny dude. He also kept it real with the Bible discussion. You know, he took a lot of ones on the chin and still got up and still kept arguing for his position. So he was, he was doing it big out here for real. You know.
That's awesome. Browns boy, you didn't have to leave. I'm sorry I didn't say hi. I am trying to be better about that. Sometimes I'm rude and they don't realize it.
No, he might have accidentally fell out. But yeah, he really appreciates you as well. You know, he's a huge fan of you as well. You know, as I've seen, you know, Browns boy, me and Browns boy are fans of you. You know, it is what it is. You know,
that's very sweet. Thank you. It means a lot. Yeah.
Of course, yeah, I appreciate anybody bringing up evidence, topics. You know what I mean? Scientific research that they've done.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, yeah, you know that stuff's hard
and
to come
an
by.
open mind, right?
Oh yeah, look at all the people just talking just nonsense here. Many hours compiled.
Yeah, I've contributed a little bit to that. Sometimes I do realize like we need to get some stuff out, but
well, it's not you. It's the panel. You know, really. I mean, to be very frank, you know, it's you know, most of the times I go on the panels, I'm just silent the whole time. People note that, and I say we want to hear TML talk. It's like, yeah, let me cut everybody off and just start giving everybody a lecture. You know, that's rude. You know what I mean, right? You know, so the discussions just lead where they can, and they're never involving the shit that we're interested in. Isn't that interesting? It's like fucked up. It's like, oh shit, we're fucking nerds.
Yeah, well, that's for sure. My friend was calling me out on it because I do work for his nonprofit. And I was explaining to him how I edited this video for them because I figured out this way to like blend this kind of red carpet looking thing in with this background. And he's like, tell me you're a nerd without telling me you're a nerd. Yep.
Yeah, I love like turning on this link and just like fresh insults, like thank you. It makes me feel at home. Like, oh, you're schizophrenic. You look like a homeless person. It's like, thank you. Yeah.
I like your look. It's all good. You should see. I should show you. So I've been sharing a little bit. I found my first ever YouTube page. It's still up, and there's this hilarious video that I forgot I made with these guys that were in a band. It's really silly and hilarious. But what I was going to tell you too is you were talking about this because this topic is really interesting to me as well, especially with our history in the ancient Americas and South America. But I did a movie. I was a boom operator for this movie called Bodybuilder Island. And it was actually for some New York film students. And I ended up like I got paid like very minor for it. You know, I was actually helping my friend who was their sound engineer. Anyway, so this premise of this movie is hilarious. It's the idea that these men are so obsessed with their bodies, you know, doing all this bodybuilder work that it's become sort of this egoic thing. And they're so obsessed with like looking at themselves and looking at their physique that more or less what happens is, and I don't remember to be honest, I can't quite remember how it worked out in the movie, but I found it not that long ago. So it's on the internet anyway. And more or less they turn into women in the process through this because there's like this, and that's why I'm trying to remember exactly how they transform it. It might have something to do with the island they're on, but it's literally called Bodybuilder Island. So like it's very close to what we're talking about. It's very interesting.
It sounds like some island boys. Damn.
That's all I could think of when you said that.
Yeah, it sounds like some island boys. And then how come they're always getting together? It's always some island shit. You know what I mean? You know, Patmos or fucking, you know, it's always some fuck shit on a fucking island. You know what I mean? Where nobody can reach. You know, that's the problem is like the isolation, you know, or Britain, you know, another nefarious island, right? You know, that, you know, founded Freemasonry and magic and all of this type of shit, you know, but this concept of, you know, that, you know, man is sort of, you know, for example, a celestial island, or like he's like kind of like this his only type of shit, like there's nothing else other than man. You know, this idea of the Fermi paradox, you know, really ties into the idea and concept of aliens, you know, and because they want to explain the reason of man and why the gods created man in this particular way. And of course, the Fermi paradox, one of the greatest explanations for the Fermi paradox is our technological advancement. They say, why can't we find aliens? It's because all of the aliens reached a certain level of technological advancement and wiped themselves out. You know, so evolution, A, B, technological advancement, and C, self-destruction all seem to correlate. You know what I mean? And they really do. You know what I mean? They really do, you know, and that's
interesting.
Yeah, like it doesn't have to do with the end of man. It's about the beginning of man. Fucking Prometheus and Epimetheus. It's about man's abilities and him destroying himself. You know what I mean? So, you know,
yeah,
it's very interesting. Yeah, for real. You know, I get fucking interested.
So, what do you think about the idea, though, that you know some of us were potentially created from one gender? And I don't necessarily think that was the case.
Oh my God. That's actually I'm happy you brought that up because that's in the Symposium. You have another generation story in the Symposium of Plato taught by Aristophanes, where he says that actually we were a hermaphroditic you know, race of humans cleaved, you know, and he kind of said that they had 4 limbs and they were rolling around like you know, in circles, and there were you know, 2 parts of one being attached to each other, and then the god like hit thunder on them and like cleave them apart, you know, so they split in two parts, you know, man and woman, you know. And this story coming from Aristophanes in the Symposium of Plato, you know, about our male and female, because that's really the other part of the equation. I'm glad you brought that up, you know, because, you know, the whole Hermetic ideal is about combining the male and the feminine. That's why they see the sun and the moon, you know, there, you know, on the Hermetic art, you know, it's always.
It's just that this
Yeah, no,
idea,
go
because
ahead.
I talk about this a lot in health, the idea of pH and how it's seemingly,
Right.
especially also with our emotions, right? Like finding that in between balance and not being too heavy on one side or the other.
Yeah. You know, I find that too. You know, you take magnesium and there's receptors in your muscles and shit that actually make you calm. So it's like fucking eating greens makes you calm. Like it's true.
Yeah.
It actually
I
makes
used
you
to
like limp.
prescribe it for my patients for sleep. And funny enough, you put it at the bottom of your feet and it absorbs through that way.
Right.
But yeah,
Right.
no. And so then this also coincides with certain, like you're talking about like magnesium versus like, you know, selenium or something that you would take in other doses for this right and left side of your brain. Cause that's what I was also getting into with emotions. And if you look into German New Medicine, they really talk about how, you know, if you have, let's just say I get upset with my mother and I have some, you know, history with her, she's got a long past too. So this wouldn't be that I get irritated with her at something. It wouldn't be surprising that I would actually stub my toe on the opposite side of the body. And this has been well documented for now. You know, I think he's been doing that research for almost 100 years, where he's been showing these cases where certain diseases are connected to certain emotions and feelings, and some of it is generational as well. But this would also connect.
That's
so
what.
I find this.
Yeah, it's funny you mentioned the mother being mad thing, because that's the thing that happens with brown people. If your mother's mad at you, she'll be sick. like it's just
right.
And you'll be like, "What's wrong?" She'll be like, "I'm upset about my son, so I'm sick." And everybody treats that as it's normal. You know that like, you know, they actually understand that, like, you know, your emotions are fucking linked to like your physical state, like the fucking and shit like that. They don't separate the two because they don't have this concept of dualism.
Yep.
But like, yeah, you know, your mother will be sick and it'll just be like, yeah, you know, and you'll ask them what's wrong with them. They'll be like, I'm just worried about my son. You know, it'll just be, you know, so
And I've
like,
seen that with my mom, because she can be a worrywart and has worked on it, but like it does manifest into some illness for her, usually a migraine.
Yeah, they'll say it too. They'll be like, you know, they'll be depressed, they'll be upset with you, and then they'll be like, you know, like, I'm sick. How dare you treat me like this? You know, and they're saying that because, you know, it's the sickness is you. You know
yeah,
like, really?
Right.
You know that's what it is. You just don't realize you're making
stress is contagious.
Yeah, you're making your mother sick. You fucking asshole. You know what I'm saying? That's what it is. You know, so.
Well, there's some truth in my personal experience that when you set your own boundaries, because I had to with my own mother, so that I wasn't taking on her projection, because I was getting, you know, having complications due to it. But once I realized that, and I was able to look at her and be more calm through the situation and not react, it's made a huge difference, because she's so quick to become defensive. And we've actually been able to talk through that, because I had that problem, especially in my past relationship. I would get defensive very quick, you know, so those are things that it's really peaceful once you actually learn it, set those boundaries, and can communicate it back to the person who's projecting it outwards.
Yeah. I saw this meme the other day where it's like men with daddy problems, and it shows like kind of like a gay looking guy, like a femboy. You know, then it shows like guys with mommy problems. And it shows like these like serial killer dudes. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like, you know what I mean? And it's kind of true. You know what I mean, right? It's like people with like blood splattered on them and shit. You know what I mean? It's just kind of funny.
Dang.
I'm trying to find it again, but yeah, it's true. You know what I mean?
Well, the system needs some good people to be programmed before they can like graduate to paid slavery.
Yeah, this is the meme right here. Let me pull this
I think
up.
that is. that is what they're, you know, I talk about this, that I don't think, I'm not saying that we're not going to see some sort of disruption.
You know what I'm saying? This is real. You know? That is what it is.
You know why too? Because they often had to take the role of dad at times with their mother. I mean, it always depends on the mom's personality, but it's not uncommon. So sometimes it's just that they became softer. They didn't necessarily become femboys always, but it's not to say that never happens. You know, it's just interesting, that dynamic. Yeah, but mommy issues, right? I feel like, but then that starts to get into Freudian creepo land.
Oh, yeah. No.
Exactly.
Yeah, I don't like that. Yeah, and that's really what it is that you can Hamza's fan. Dope. Hell yeah. Woo! Hamza's done. Word. We got Mayat up in here, yo. Hopefully I don't get chased down by the fucking Order of the Nine Angels now.
Ruh-roh.
But yeah, you know what I mean? No, I'm just kidding. You know, peace to the brother, you know, Hamza. You know, I went on his show one day and gave him a copy of my book. Hopefully he read some of it, told him about my exegesis, because he's thinking about writing a book on Paul the Apostle as well. So Hamza's Den, you know, thank you. I'm still getting shout outs from these guys, man. Irma Suryani. Is that a sister? Thank you so much, sis. You know, bless you. You know what I mean? You know, yeah, I mean, you know, it is what it is. Let's take a little musical break, guys. It is what it is. You know, I got this weed. I've been just talking without smoking weed, which is bad. You know, I shouldn't have done that. You know?
Okay, sweet. Coffee refill, and pack up the bowl.
Exactly. And we got Electro by Mr. Liff. Thank you, guys. You know, let's check it out. And there's too many people watching. There's 28 people. Let's try to reduce that number to 22 with the musical break, and then we'll come back. You know, that's what it is. Take some of the heat off me.
From the intro, the God opens your ears and then yo, minded and jacks the government for info. Documents on ghetto occupants, I've been rocking since back in the days. Check the trades lyrically, my mind creates a maze. Once it get locked in, you're missing for days. And then come back pro-black, so scrap and knowledge yourself. You won't chase material wealth, the spirit the stealth bomber to ever cruise the airways. When I drop, the earth crack. Niggas want their frankincense and myrrh back. You made a track, yo, I heard that. It didn't sound tight. You put it on the internet, I'm in your sound bite. Glitch, change the pitch, then switch shit with mine. On time, lyrical contact through digital rhyme. Physical sign on your frame is the bruise. You might ooze, you fuck with the guard, you're bound to lose. Everything is calm until I see you at the next show. Electro. My mic technique unorthodox, it's sorta shock, stocks. Niggas at night, I write something hype. Try to bite, I try to snipe your face with the bass. This is just a taste of lyrical dominance from the mentally prominent man that thinks and sinks deep in the thought, only to emerge with surge with words that use forces to knock white men off of horses when trying to add to black losses. My code forces, putting all people on positive courses, but of course it's only natural for somebody to try to fuck it up, and that's factual. So I use the same flow to put niggas under when the serpent in the rainbow. Go back to Beat Street and resurrect Ramo. Knock the shit out of spit, verbal eclipse. No light when I write, try to turn it on. I turn and bomb your whole damn set. Veteran to cadet, go to the store, buy the cassette, press play and I just may jump out your radio and video with lyrical spray. What? But with the cops, let me slide, no way. Usual suspect like Kaiser Soze, creeping out the front gritty your Bose. Took you out in your man Jose. DT showed up and said no way. Okay, blanket the whole proximity, looking specifically for liftedly. Yet my whereabouts remain a mystery. You'll never find, cause I'll forever blind anybody who's trying to find mine. You're checking the time, Armageddon soon come. You're checking the rhyme, Whack MC soon done. Run for cover, hide and bear what I let go. Electro. Trying to jump over my rap synapses soon after your left lung collapses. Look at your watch, no time elapses. Perhaps it's the actual fact that you's the actual whack nigga that lost contact with the real boom bap from way back. But I'ma bring it right to your chest unless you can dodge this missile. Homing, following wherever you're roaming. Back up everyone, the God zoning. There's no way to keep track of all the spots I'm blowing. Can't plan to come test, but ain't showing. I'm knowing secret facts about present day and past presidents, using them as rhyme elements, brought forth with eloquence, uplifting every nigga, whether in Jeep, jail, or residence. Speaking in past, future, or present tense, what I invent will indent, implement, then advance and enhance my stance. B-boy, back arch, arms crossed, legs spread. I'm the dread, feds looking for me, but I'm kind of fed. I know your next move, your mind's red, you bumper clot dead. What I said will just shock the spot, rock the spot, remind you of the days when you popped and locked on ghetto blocks on a cardboard box, but now you dodge straight shots and crooked cops. But never fear, cause what I pump into the air will rapidly increase our strength from year to year, and our progress will leave every wicked mind petro. Electro. It's at this point, MCs have gone into complete and absolute stasis. Need braces for the legs and faces. Abducted by Mr. Lift with no traces. I'm saying electro, electrifying, electrifying,
Is this a character I invented for online? Blow this fucking weed in your face, you fucking clown. You fucking clown. You happenstance clown.
It's kind of epic.
Wait, what happened?
Said why they harassing your look? It's kind of epic.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you. We got the females here giving their compliments. So you could do you could say what you want now. It really doesn't matter what you think. And
it also doesn't help that. It also doesn't help that my preferences are more mountain man like, but somebody who's comfortable with themselves 100% and doesn't need to look pretty and can hold a nice look with something that's sometimes more associated with not right. That's
what I'm
Mo for
saying.
you.
That's what I'm saying.
I will always don't worry about them. When you show off your
always, yeah, exactly. I will always choose the ugly bitch with style. Why would I ever choose some boring hot girl? That's stupid. To me, that's fucking idiotic. You know what I'm saying, right?
Offense, but it's I know a lot of the women here can relate, but it's how many layers of makeup is she even wearing? You don't even know if it peels off.
Right.
That's how ridiculous it's getting.
That's true too. These motherfuckers are plastic. They got cyborg.
You know what I like? Beck says. Sorry, Beck says makeup is for men. And I really resonate with that. What? It's for us to look pretty, and it's for men to look like women.
What? Wait, say that again. I'm so fucking confused.
Makeup is for men. It's for women to wear it for you because that's, you like how we look with it on. I'm not saying you specifically. And then I'm saying that it's also for men to look like women.
Oh,
It's a very
my
this whole
God.
thing is very much with the trans movement right now. This
I don't know.
excessive
I don't
makeup
like
and
makeup. Like me
body
personally, I don't like it. I
modification.
don't like
Yeah,
the smell of the first thing I don't like is the smell of that shit.
yeah,
It's like
dude, right?
bitches who use that shit, they got crust and shit and smells on them that it's like, bitch, you smell like a fucking dentist office. Like I don't even want to fucking like that's the shit. It's like this bitch smells like chemicals. Like that's my shit. Like I don't even fuck with this bitch.
That's
Like
my
that's
thing.
the
Like,
thing
I
is like,
don't wear makeup, and I would like my guy to approve of me in that way, you know. And my past partner, he used to say that all the time. So fuck
yeah,
makeup.
painted.
Sorry, little bit. So I think sometimes if it's utilized maybe in a ceremony aspect, I shouldn't knock it. You know, I think there's a whole other level to that, but it looks a lot different. You know, we're not painting ourselves, like praise God said.
Painted Jezebels. Painted Jezebels of Babylon. I mean, the painted Jezebels of Babylon, yo. Let me fucking write that shit down. That's gonna be the next episode title, yo. Tomorrow, 420. The title is gonna be the Painted Jezebels of Babylon.
Oh crap! I did not even realize what it was today.
Thank you for that. Tomorrow, tomorrow's 420. We're doing a show. We're gonna smoke a lot of weed and blunt after blunt, and we're gonna watch a movie with you guys. One of the worst movies ever made. You know, so yeah. Starring Silk the Shocker. It's got Gary Busey in it. Yeah, I'm not gonna tell you guys which movie, but yeah, what stick around and find out. Fuck around
Is
and
that on
find
your
out.
Discord? Do you do that on your Discord?
No, it will be here live. You know, I'll just delete the stream if they get fucking copyrighted. I'll just like wait 5 minutes. I don't know what I'll do. If I just keep getting copyrighted, I'll just shut it down and just talk to the panel or whatever. But
My suggestion, and I could help you with this, is to get an overlay so that it actually covers just a little bit of the movie. So it kind of alters the actual image to the smallest extent. And often they don't pick it up. I started doing that when I was doing my private meetings, but I was playing content in the background, you know, live. And, you know, because it was like I had the link for people to join or whatever. Then I was playing, I got knocked one time and it was so cool. YouTube sent me a message and said, we've notified this content creator of possible copyright. And that was it. That was the only issue I had. And I was playing big channels. He wasn't even the biggest channel I played. So I could make it for you. And what that means is it'll be like a border around this entire screen right now. And then we kind of fit behind it.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be around like noon tomorrow. I'll be on here. You know, if you want to show up, show up and drop me.
I'll make it for you. I'll make it for you right now. It's just going to be like a little box around, and I'll use like pictures you've used, so it kind of looks cool. Do you have? You don't really have a logo, brother. I got to hook you up.
Yeah, Ezra. You know, this is like I tell everybody on the panel. I said this is much you guys' channel as it is my channel. You know, and I'm definitely, if I get money from this, which I haven't gotten any significant amount of funds from doing this, but if I did and people were helping me with the channel, I definitely give you guys money for it. Right?
And yeah, I'm thinking I'm going to do it for you for free, but
so far what I'm providing here is basically for free. And I appreciate you guys talking to me and having these discussions with me. And I would also like anybody in the chat or on the panel or anybody who's ever been here or anybody watching this in the future to realize that you can participate on this show. You know, basically the topics are very simple. You know, we're talking about technology. We're talking about religious hoaxes, you know, so that covers a lot of different grounds. You know, it covers mainstream religions. It covers occult topics. It covers science. It covers skeptical shit against science. It covers liberalism. It covers the shit against you know, the religious worldview. It covers the shit against the secular worldview. It covers the philosophy of technology, which is a topic that's inside the philosophy of mind. It's like a subset, you know, it's like a subtopic, a subgenre of philosophy. Right. So, you know, I mean, it's one of the most innovative shows you could think of. Because if I go on YouTube and I type in philosophy of technology and try to look how many shows are dealing with that topic, there's like fucking 0.0 fucking shows dealing with that topic. I have my one friend, Chad Haig. We've played on this channel multiple times, so it's a new experience. If you guys want to contribute to that, look up shit about AI or technology or art and shit like that. You guys are fucking welcome to contribute whatever you like. That's my opinion. This is as much everybody else's show as it is mine. So consider that for the people who are watching this is a collaborative effort. And that's why, and I'm talking about this live stream. I'm not talking about the episodes and stuff. That's my shit. You guys, hands off that shit. You guys fucking, that's me. But yeah, I'm talking about this live stream. You guys go ahead and contribute to the live stream as much as you see fit. And I would appreciate that, and coming up topics for the shows. I just started doing this 6 months ago. So I'm new to live streaming, so I don't know what this is about, really. I've been on these panels and stuff, I understand about trolling. I understand a lot more about internet spying and about the different organizations and the alternative media than some of you may realize. I've researched these topics for many years before I started doing this. So I'm well aware of what's going on in these quote unquote streets, if you will. And I have lots of discussions about that, not on panels, but in my private discussions with many of the people who you may see appear on these panels. Let me just put it that way. So yeah, definitely we're aware of what's going on. These people are literally watching the same shit I'm watching and looking at the same stupid shit that's going on that I'm looking at. Nothing I've seen has impressed me. We've been attacked by every single channel in this vicinity, right? So it doesn't really even matter, except for Zetetic Warrior. We have singularly not been attacked by the Zetetic Warrior. and also his cohort, London McLovin. So they are our good friends still. We've never had a beef with those, but every single other channel, Paul Enslaved, Enslaved by Truth, Crypto Alchemist, Flow State, all these channels, we've all had clashes with all these channels. All right, we've had to tell them what we think of them. It is what it is, so it's not really a big deal. We've publicized how they attacked us without unprovoked. They attacked us unprovoked, and we publicized it on this channel. Why? Because we recorded it. We recorded them just going off at the mouth, like just talking about the channel, to show you guys. Also made by Jim Bob. We just recorded them. That's all we did. We recorded them and we talked about, we gave our honest opinion about what they said. Chalk Body Outline and all these channels about what they said about our quote unquote YouTubing. So, but yeah, the fact that they attacked us unprovoked, that was there. We documented that shit. So it is what it is. I'm not saying like, to me, like if I'm
well, it's about what you're using it moving forward. And I've seen, I've seen growth all the way around from a lot of people, but just like your reaction, and you've obviously made other steps in your life. And like you've even said it, because they obviously continue to bring up bullshit, and you're just like, whatever. I've already like resolved that. You're not even paying attention. That was me the other day too. I'm like, clearly you're not listening to me. You keep accusing me of these things, but you're not listening. So it's all good, right? And also think about it this way too. I am friends with Bernie. We go back. I've known him quite a long time. I've done his work. I've done his logo work, his backgrounds and stuff. Regardless, I find so much value with you, and I've spent a good amount of time with you as well. And I find myself sometimes over here.
Right? Yeah, the thing with some of these characters is that I actually just documented, right? Because I don't know Bernai, right? So when I don't know somebody,
I know that.
right. So if I just met somebody like 2 months ago, right? And they're on here talking about some ancient fucking temple, and I'm just letting them go on for like 2 hours because I'm like, this is my show, this is your show, and I'm relating back all this information like hidden history, Klaus Dana, and all these type of understandings that I have about ancient artifacts and all this type of shit. So I'm telling him about what I know about ancient temples, and he's actually surprised that I know about hidden history, Klaus Dana, and all this fucking shit. And I'm like, yeah, just like when you came on, I was like, yeah, Robert Duncan and all of this fucking shit, and the fucking about Stanley Krippner. Remember I asked you all this fucking shit?
Yeah.
I was like, fucking sleep studies and shit, a hypnagogic and hypnopompic and motherfucking shit, and I just started like fucking rattling off all this shit, John C. Lilly and all this type of shit that I gravitate towards and understanding. So I did the same thing with Bernai. Like a couple months later, right? Bernai is there, right, telling me, and this is he said this to my little brother, my 16-year-old little brother, right? He's like, is it true that your big brother beats you? What the fuck are you talking about?
What?
Like, what the fuck? So my 16-year-old baby brother live on it, because they wouldn't let me come online. So I had my baby brother sign in as a joke, because they were not only like talking shit about me, but then they were claiming I was too afraid to come up when I was right in their backstage. So they were like, he's too afraid to come up and all this shit. Look at this fucking pussy and all this shit. So I'm like in their backstage. So I have my brother sign. I'm like, this is going to be a new guy, so they won't know who the fuck this is, right? So he starts talking to my baby brother like that. And I'm like, I don't even know who the fuck you are. So my baby brother's like, he's like, I don't know who the fuck you are, dude. You know what I mean, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, rightfully so.
Yeah,
right?
and
he's
I
like,
just so that's something I brought up. I think I've even said this to you in this situation. This whole jumping on bandwagon thing. I mean, honestly, I would
and I don't
highly
want to,
recommend
and I don't want to
people check this out.
publicize. I mean, before you go, I don't want to publicize this, right? But Corbett, right, had a similar interaction with this person, right? They like put him backstage and they harassed him and they claimed that he was using drugs and all this type of stuff, which he himself talked about his personal history with drug abuse and stuff. And we've all been down that road, to be honest. I used to be alcoholic and all of that type of stuff. I'm not judging anybody, but like they started making this whole public interaction about it, trolling him about it, and making him look like the information he's giving is irresponsible. And Corbett is a very intelligent young man. After only a couple interactions of knowing him, I know there's no fuckery afoot in terms of the way he's communicating with me. I may disagree with his concepts and ideas, but the way he's coming across perfectly clear. So, to gaslight Corbett and to put him backstage, and then I'm like, oh, what? That's weird. That's exactly what happened to me. So it's a pattern, you know what I'm saying? So I'm saying just watch for the pattern.
And some have said to me, I've been replaced. And without, again, getting into too much detail, as you know me, and that's why I was getting into this bandwagon thing. It's very disturbing what I've seen, and this comes into this why we're calling this high school or middle school optics. This is the exact same shit I dealt with then and sorted out, and then found a really good group of friends who consisted of women and men who we had, there was some codependency, but we had a good relationship. And I don't understand. I came here thinking we're all sort of like supposed to be a step ahead in this whole development of things, and yet we're still perpetuating the same shit. And sometimes I've noticed that certain people are going to choose the people they deem cooler than the people who are actually more loyal. And Corbett is Aaron Corbett is who we're talking about. He's a really good friend of mine. We talk behind the scenes on a regular basis. And I'm very thankful for his friendship. And he and I have been, in the back scenes of what we're talking about. And he and I kind of started, I think, really focusing on our own thing for that exact reason. Now, also, I've always wanted to see other things, and I've seen these people go in a direction that I'm not really down for. This isn't really what I came here for. I came here to spread information on alternative health, and to start looking towards a world that doesn't consist of the things that we complain about on a regular basis here.
Exactly. Thank you.
I don't
Thank you. And that's
understand why
why
we're just spitting bullshit.
That's a reason why I'm like, out of all these people, Ezra, you come on my panel because you guys understand the problems I'm talking about, right? About trying to find alternative lifestyles, in terms of what we're experiencing, not just talking about it, but actually living through those things and finding out, how we could become disinfected by the mental aids of the technological sphere, because it does function as a sort of invasive mental aids, that's kind of causing a psychosomatic detachment, and I've talked about this in other shows, so I don't need to get into the, the nitty gritty about the psychology of how technology affects us, but yeah, I've covered that many times.
And I've seen it,
Right.
I talk about this in the brain activity. I've seen it in the energy that someone's giving off by spending too much time around it, and also consuming certain, foods or beverages that don't assist with the situation, getting into the whole pH thing as well. So and this also gets into the basic science of grounding, which is something that has been in our literature and been in our culture way before, and all of a sudden we've just completely touched base, and there's a lot of excuses around the need to not do it. And actually, I'm house sitting and dog sitting right now, but through everything that's been going on too, I just realized, and I already knew it, but I need to go on one of my solo journeys. I need to go dip into the woods for a couple weeks and not be connected to any electronics. I mean, one thing is I'd like to film for the nature part, but I'm actually considering not. And I've actually been doing that more on and on. I go on hikes regularly.
Yeah, me too. I
don't film it, right? Because I choose to leave my tech behind. I don't want it. I'm not also worried, even though I've had bear encounters and stuff. I'm really not worried. And sometimes I have a couple dogs with me, so that always helps. But you know what I'm saying? It's amazing to me how a lot of us just don't even go outside and on a everyday basis. Speaking of which, I am this afternoon going to go on a hike.
Yeah. I mean, I'm going to go out to this lake I know, and I've known this lake, this lake is, this lake has memories in it that consist of me and, the shit that I've done and the shit I've accomplished and the shit I've fucking failed at many times. And this fucking lake knows me more than most people do. I'll say that much, and fucking it is what it is. I'll be sad to move away because I gotta move, to Ohio, bitch ass Ohio. But it is what it is,
Oh, well, you never know what the future holds, so it might just be temporary.
Right.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, I got man, I finally got some music loaded up in here, and I got one of my favorite shits, My Favorite Things by John Coltrane. So I just let this play in the background. Fucking just zone the fuck out. Right? That's what I did last time. Everybody was talking. I was like, this is fucking John Coltrane, bro.
Nice.
Let me turn this down though, so we can also talk. But yeah, we had to.
I've actually been doing that sometimes when people talk. I actually will turn on some lo-fi in the background.
Yeah, it's excellent
Right?
to these panels. I don't know why these panels don't always have music, but I noticed there's background music, and then I scrolled down, and it was like you can add music in this bitch. I was like, oh shit's about to pop off in this bitch. You could just add your own shit. I was like, motherfucker, are you kidding me? I was like, we're about to just be talking and shit, fucking Charles Mingus and shit, John Coltrane and shit.
Yeah. What sucks about you leaving Michigan is actually I'm looking at going to Michigan for a chunk of time to do some work towards the community stuff.
Well, I'll still be around, obviously. I'll still be because my family's here, so I'll still be around.
Plus,
I'll still be around.
Utah this summer, which is going to be super fun.
I'm trying not to live there.
Do a meetup, right?
Yeah, I'm trying not to live there. Yeah, I want to do a live show. You know, that'll be dope. If I get more than 100 people watching out here, you know, at any point, and it does build. Like it gets up to like 70 people sometimes for no reason. Like it won't be like I'm saying some special shit. It'll just be 70 people here for no fucking apparent reason. So like, yeah. So if it turns out that it's just 100 people just watching me, I might be like, yo, why don't like fucking 20 of y'all come out and do like a show with me? You know? Oh shit!
And I'm going to be nomadic. I'm also supposed to be checking out some land in West Virginia. So I'll be like all through that area.
Oh,
my machine. Good morning. From,
yo, what's going on, bro? Oh, jeez, homie.
It's
happy to see you.
It's 7:47 in San Francisco. So
oh yeah, my bad. Oh yeah, my bad.
7:48 in Oregon. Hello,
yeah,
West
so
Coast.
I'm just saying it's some of us are West Coasters. So keep in mind if you're on the East Coast, it's 3 hours ahead. So a lot of people tend to forget that.
Yeah, did you see?
You're just waking up? Let's go.
I mean, yeah, I just got up, but we got the family here. But just making coffee, doing some things today. But yeah, I just got your text machine. You're using some of my music.
Hell yeah, dude! This shit was fucking crazy, yo.
I was asleep, unfortunately.
Yo, good lord! I accidentally closed it. Let me open this back up because this is the shit.
Well, speaking of which, you know, I have my Live in San Francisco compilation, correct? It's on the Francis Forever YouTube channel.
Francis Forever.
So youtube.com/Francis Forever. I own that domain.
Oh, okay. Francis Forever.
YouTube.com, Francis. It's just like a hub for all my music I repost on YouTube.
Yeah, you got some cool shit that sounds like digital hardcore. You know what I'm saying? You got that.
Yeah. Like ATR.
Oh yeah, man. Yeah, I see.
ATR,
I see the
kind of some of that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Equator. Yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah, Cater. Yeah. Well, on the new podcast I did with a friend, I made a reference to Cater. That's on my YouTube channel.
Dude.
AK-47.
Oh my god, man! What's that song where they're like?
Specs is a fat bitch. Cocaine Ducks.
God, I can't remember. We Need a Change by Equator. Good fucking lord.
Yeah, yeah. You know, when I think I was 19, I saw Atari Teenage Riot at the Starlight Bar in Philadelphia. So this was during their fourth album, though. This was during their reunion in 2011. That's reunion. That was like 12 years ago, but 13 years ago.
Is this Reset or?
No, this was 2011 when I saw ATR. This was in Philadelphia.
But was it during the album Reset, or is this Hyper Real?
Yeah, it was Hyper Real. It was the Hyper Real tour.
Oh, it was a Hyper Real tour.
So during that Hyper Real, they were already like, that was reunion, and I believe the opening act was Otto von Schurak.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, I love a lot of digital hardcore recordings, and I love like Shizuo and like
Shizuo.
Fucking.
Isn't that one called D-Trash, like Bastards United?
Yeah, I like their shit. I like a lot of D-Trash stuff too. Yeah.
There was Rabbit. Oh, before it was Rabbit Junk, it was the Shizit, and that was.
I love that band. I played that band on the intro. Yeah, fucking 32-bit horror. I played.
Yeah. That's a classic.
It relates. I mean, that should be the intro to the Machine Lives. It's fucking 32-bit.
Yeah,
horror.
a lot of that music I grew up as a teen. But yeah, it was basically our Alec Empire's label, D-Trash, Brocore Records, or Kime FDM, pretty much in cycle.
Like the lyrics, like he says, like a 32-bit horror, post-human and post-hardcore. That shit's hilarious.
Yeah, it was always unfortunate that he got his, I think it's his wife now, and they do Rabbit Junk, and it's just not the same. It just sounds like 2000s metalcore. It's not what Shizit was.
Yeah, I vote for Bolshevik like and all this fucking shit.
Yeah, another group. Yeah, especially D-Trash, always like Bastards United. They were kind of like this weird glitchy rap group, and there's some THC Meinhof. That was like a very interesting. Wait, that was also D-Trash too. DHC Meinhof.
Okay.
But yeah, a lot of those I kind of very nostalgic over.
I know.
Sure. But my big one I liked was Realicide with Robert and Human from Cincinnati. I saw them doing I liked their Resisting the Viral Self tour. That was 2009. This was before ATR's reunion. So this was Robert and Human, Jim Swill, Mavis Concave. Their record is Realicide Records by Realicide. They had a song called The Shit Punks Hate. And they talk about how they make electronic music and everyone hates them. That was kind of like a weird gabber breakcore song. But yeah, a lot of that. You should look up Realicide because there's like vintage clips of like me from 2009 at some of those Realicide events.
Yeah, like what we're basically talking about is like this electronic drum and bass, like fucking hardcore punk, like mixture in this fucking digital hardcore recordings, D-Trash recordings, some very innovative music coming from them. That's like, I don't know, it's like electronic, like rock music, like type of shit. Like it's fucking weird. And obviously, Teenage Riot, was one of the first.
It really is what I think. It's really gabber mixed with sampling, but getting the parts of electronic industrial with some of the more contemporary. And before you even had breakcore, quote unquote, it was just called digital hardcore. And it had an aesthetic, it had an idea, it was from Germany. This is like the whole Eurasian futurism and the anime realism I talk about, which is pretty much a reoccurring gag in DHC. Like the future will be like Akira, and we all listen to like glitchy break music or something. People kind of forgot that aesthetic. I think it kind of ended with people like Venetian Snares, where you did have an echo.
I love that band. Yeah, that is such a fucking classic fucking album.
Yeah, like Venetian Snares, it kind of was over with Doll when he used Trevor Brown, who did the art for Answer Me. Doll's these kind of interesting Asian aesthetics, AXA art. But I think around 2004 or 5 was kind of over because everyone became breakcore.
Yeah, most of that shit, other than that one, Hungarian shit, is like unlistenable to me. Like that is one beautiful album by him, but like,
yeah, Greg hates.
Try to listen to like Fuck Winnipeg and shit like that. It's like what the fuck?
Yeah, it's way too. Yeah. The whole. I only like Greg Hates Car Culture and Doll and the Trevor Brown stuff, but that's it. He's also in debt, and he can't make any more records because he spent like $40,000 on instruments, and they had a GoFundMe to say get me out of debt. It didn't work out. So Venetian Snares unfortunately can't make music now. But yeah, that was pretty much.
You need like technology to make the music, and you need money to get the technology. It's fucking crazy. You know what I mean?
But yeah, I think it was a lot of it's over. Like if you remember acts like Mad Capsule Markets or Sibomato or Shonen Knife, they were kind of the Japanese bands infusing the digital hardcore aspect.
I've heard of like Mad Capsule Markets.
That's like weird break.
Yeah, one of the shits I really like was this fucking Babylon Disco, was it? You ever see? Yeah, Babylon Disco was the shit. That's one of the things I really fucking.
Yeah, a lot of those. I think they started to peter off around 2005-6 because I think MySpace came into it, and then everybody had internet access, and you had things like Kamikaze Dead Boy and like Anna Massacre, but it wasn't on the same par with like what was happening in Germany. So yeah, I even think today like most
the whole response to fascism that's evident in the music. Like they constantly have things about fascism and communism in the music and anarchy. Yeah.
Well, I think today, if there's any kind of soft resurrection of DHC, it's probably the whole hyper pop, bizarre mashcore of TikTok videos where you have an entire new Zoomer generation just taking for granted everything is anime realist, and then just making funny Ryan Shrikart-esque break beats along with it. They don't know that's kind of the digital hardcore, but it's like that's what it is, the SoundCloud rap
humble retard. All right.
Yeah. That's what I did in my video. So speaking of which, I did that on the Amiga 500. That's what Venetian Snares did on Greg Hade's Car Culture, where you're just working with 4-track. So if you want to, you can download a Pro Tracker clone, download Humboldt Retard, and see what I was doing. You can look at the files, dissect them, take them, look at the line of code, and put it in your project. Because that's the cool part about .mod music, is that you can share it with Amiga users. So some of that is really cool because a lot of the old drum and bass people used to do Amiga, and that means you could take their amen break, take their gabber hits, and you put it in your own project.
We're probably boring the shit out of everybody.
Well, we're just talking about art. We're just talking about funny electronic art.
That's right. That's right. Like that's what we're doing, guys. Like, so stop leaving my show.
But my other music
back with my coffee, you know.
Well, I'm having coffee right. Yeah, if you want to look at some of the other fun music I did, it's on.
Yeah, that's what we'll do is because if we play this shit, then these people are gonna start pouring in here. They're gonna be like, "Ooh, lights and videos." So that's what I'm gonna do.
I did a little. I was in the Mission a few months ago, and I had I had under motivational Chinese Beaver. That was kind of something I played. That was like a little gabber song.
I played that.
Okay, that was a little gabber set I did.
That was the shit, bro. That was the fucking shit.
And I just was like, "What do you want to be called?" I'm like, motivational. It was just like a really loud song, and when I was done, people were like blown away by it. It was like that was just like fun.
Yo, it was excellent, man. I'm not gonna lie. It was incredible, you know. And I totally get the beaver part with the with the little the humming noise. Oh my god, dude. Yeah, that was motivational, dude.
It's like the meme, and you bring internet memes into existence into your music, kind of like that.
I was about to punch a fucking hole through my wall. I was like, holy shit! I was like, I'm fucking getting amped in this bitch.
But yeah, I also make all the videos too in Final Cut Pro. So I just get like Ryan Shercarton's Center Jenny and just put a bunch of effects and cut it to my music. So if you're interested, yeah, I also I make my videos in Final Cut Pro too.
Yeah, we'll go on a tour of some digital hardcore music, and for the audience, and then I'll get out of here, because I have to go pray and.
Yeah, 2 hours late to the party. It's 8:00 now, so.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
It's at that time.
No, it's okay. I think next Friday I'll be doing the same thing, and then and it's okay if you show up 2 hours late. We'll just talk about Giorgiani and stuff, and I'll have more time. And stuff.
Yeah, so because unfortunately the text says 5 in the morning and SF time, so it's not like I'm.
Thank you. In a thought experiment. Yeah, in the beginning I played some of your music. I played this other excellent video you made, Van with Free Candy. Good fucking lord, dude! What a fucking excellent video. And excellent music to go along with it. Very very futuristic. Very I love the Japanese symbol. I also love the black and white type of shit. This shit was off the chain.
Yeah, just a lot of interesting bands that I like I have my music page too on my website. So if you go to pilleater.com, right about, I say these are the quintessential bands everybody should listen to. I think I have a majority of DHC bands on that list. If you go on my website, right about. And I just put that list there because sometimes there's so many good music out there you tend to forget, and then you realize, oh yeah, I really like that record that's like one of my favorite records ever. Because it's kind of like that with Realicide. It's like there's a lot of weird white label DHC releases that people are unaware about, and it's just like they're kind of single offshoot releases. A lot of that's very sought after.
Well, I'll tell you the direction I would want to go in. I think I'll play this Humboldt Retard, and then I'll play We Need a Change by Equator, and then you pick a song, and then we maybe play Atari Teenage Riot for these people. You know, just so they know like Atari Teenage Riot and that whole thing, and then they'll figure out like, okay, there's this whole like digital hardcore thing. But yeah, so like that'll introduce them to this type of music, hopefully. But yeah, check this stuff out. Like you said, explain this again, how you're talking about the TikTok videos and.
Yeah, it's like the Ryan Shercarton. Well, if you know about Ryan Shercarton's art, Ryan Shercarton's really trying to expose Pizzagate. And he does this through his films, where there's this kind of Dan Schneider pedophile factory happening at Disney. And I think a lot of elites like Ryan Trickharton's art because it does remind them of this kind of kids TV show ends up being bizarre softcore pornography for the elites. And I think Trickharton does that a lot in his art.
Oh shit. All right. Pogo pedo optics. Optics are high. All right. That's what it is. This is how we that's right. And yeah, like that's how you expose this shit. Like this shit is encoded within TikTok memes and all this shit. Look at this fucking shit. Right.
So you just add it. I just add it with my music, and I'm like, this like popular. That sample I took was just like this really popular like anime realist sample. All like the anime nerds really like, and so add that with like funny fucked up breakmans. Amen breaks and see where it goes. Up, down, up. Pitching is a little kitty, down pitching. So you get like this really bizarre effect. So I don't know. Maybe I'm just trying to commentate on the Ryan Trickharton condition with this.
Yeah, this shit is I like the music. Let's check this out.
Another film I really like is Harmony Korine's Trash Humpers, because it's just a horror film about old homeless people filming themselves in Blair Witch style project. So it does remind me of that in Trickharton.
Yeah, that is an excellent type of video. I really like the music. I really think the music kind of resembles this kind of thing I'm about to play, Equator. We need to change. You know how he's like slowed down the sample, and the sample is the forefront of the whole thing. And I fucking love the sample they use, man. The shit is fucking epic. It says 188 on a motherfucking dope boy. Or some shit like that is what the fuck the guy keeps saying. It's so futuristic, man. It sounds like the music the hip hop music they make today almost. I don't know how they did that. And they're in fucking Germany and shit. It's just so.
I just like the ideal that digital hardcore, at least what Alec Empire was trying to do, was create a lifestyle music and subculture where it could be guy and gal in a Eurasian futuristic setting.
I love that. I love that you said that. I love that you said Eurasian futurism. I love
Eurasian futurism with hip hop break beats and distortion and bit crush breaks and you create a sub. I mean, again, as I said, we probably have that now with like TikTok, and now white girls in America think they're anime stars, and or if you want to sell pornography, you literally have to be a hentai realist figure. So these guys were doing it 30 years prior in the late 90s. But yeah, I think again, Cater, it's kind of like also trying to tell you that it's fun to be late 90s anime aesthetic as the punk bands, and I like that.
And I think this next one will explain. I'm trying to get this like weed here. So it's like this cannabis. Trying to put it in my pipe. So feel free to comment, guys. Ezra and Adam, about what you just saw.
I didn't catch the name of that video or like who produced that last video.
Oh, that was me. It was on my channel on Pill Eater. It was a song I made in Protracker, and I made a video with Ryan Tricart and stuff. Yeah, that's on Pill Eater.
Yeah, I thought it was interesting.
Humble retard. Yeah, let me drop this fucking link for this video so everybody knows the video we just watched. Humble retard. So this is it's an excellent title as well.
Because up in the North California, this is like past Bay Area, where they're all putting, as Cumtown puts it, heroin in their eye sockets and creating fake startups for fake multicultural regimes. So it goes with the Ride Truck themes.
Did you know that the West Side Gun made a series of albums entitled Hitler Wears Hermes?
That sounds like hipster Hitler.
Isn't that interesting? Isn't that such an interesting title for a rap album? Like, I didn't listen to it, but I was like, that is a fascinating fucking title. Yeah, but the video we just watched here, and also a sign of the times, really, to be honest, But yeah, Hitler Wears Hermes. Very interesting title, Trying to say that he's bad on the he's naturally bad, but he plays off like he's a good guy, I guess. Yeah, Griselda. Yeah, so that is if I ever knew one, a title influenced by postmodern art, and as is going to be this next thing, Equator. We need to change. I did happen to see you put Equator as a title for one of your videos on your
it's a new podcast I did with a friend for Threshold's Stronghold or Threshold Saints, and I just made a quick video in Final Cut Pro where I just put the AK-47 album and the stuff and the little bubbles because I needed a placeholder, and I was like, I told him I want that one, but whatever. It's oh boy, I was just looking at the list on my website under sounds. I have my list of favorite musical acts. And I was just looking on things that I always liked. What was that band? Like I'm saying, there's a very similar DHC bands that were not on the label, but also like Melt Banana. I don't know if you know Melt Banana or
no.
Melt Banana was kind of. Melt Banana.
Yeah, we're gonna have to trade. Yeah, we're gonna have to trade some shit. Honestly, in that Twitter message, you know what I'm talking about? Yeah, we're gonna have to trade some shit up in there. Yeah, definitely. Because
there was another group that was a rival to ATR, Kill Out Trash, and the guy.
I love Kill Out Trash. Is that the one that made I've Got Straight Edge?
Yeah, and they had other funny songs like Aryan Jew or something.
I love that.
They were more like race play too in their music, so they were.
That's the dopest remake. Yeah, that is the dopest reconstruction of the Minor Threat song. I've Got Straight Edge. It's fucking great. Dude.
But they Kill Out Trash. They did a split with Melt Banana, and Melt Banana was more like a J group into like funny grindcore and whatnot. They were not on DHC, but they were very similar. It was the same like Neuromancer, Eurasian futurist, anime realist, punk rock, Akira land. So.
Yeah, it's funny. It's just funny that in my opinion, that this is a reflection of obviously technological society influencing culture. It's literally, like where were these bands, that like before they started, like it's just funny that the whole cyber wave culture begins in the 80s when they're starting to make computers. It's just really fucking, it's just like you couldn't think
There's
of a more
another
weird.
band I really love called Sandy and the Sunsets. So Sandy, she was David Bowie's girlfriend. She was kind of this Japanese Eurasian chick she had her band Sandy and the Sunsets. She had one album, but there's a few music videos for that album where they're talking about, in the late 80s, Japan is a rising Japanese Eurasianism. I mean, it never came true because China was the victor. But some of that weird electronic music that Sandy made was a precursor to the DHC that we'd see in the late 90s. And again, bands like Sibomato with the song Birthday Cake, and again, I think the end point would be the video game Jet Set Radio Future. So you'd have Sibomato, Biss, some kind of bizarre Kid Koala-esque. It's hard to explain. It was a lot of Asian American Eurasianism.
Yeah, I fucking love Kid Koala. That's my shit.
Yeah, I saw Kid Koala back in 2018.
Yeah, turntablism and all that type of shit. That shit is the fucking shit.
Yeah, so there was that huge Asian American doing electronics in the late 90s.
Also, Detroit techno. Detroit techno I like a lot. That's like a lot of shit that
Channel 1 Technicolor. That song was like
Drexia.
Drexia.
ARPANET.
Drexia talks about the mythology of underwater. We was Kangsism.
Exactly.
I actually like a lot of that.
I love that shit.
Have you guys heard this music coming out where they're hooking up electrodes to plants and mushrooms and mixing with
you're
that?
talking about,
I have. Yeah.
Well, that makes me think of Music for Plants by Morta.
Plantasia?
Plantasia. It makes me think of that.
Yeah, Plantasia's the shit.
Plantasia. No,
I don't know if you ever
every
heard
single
Plantasia,
commercial. Yeah.
That's great.
Your plants would grow if you put on this music.
It's
but
great.
it didn't. It was just a novelty record. Yeah. But yeah, we're talking about something very specific. I mean, I think and I'm kind of nostalgic about that, especially Jet Set Radio Future. You're just skateboarding. Everyone's half Asian. You're listening to weird electronic music. And I don't know. It seems like 20, 30 years later, people have lost that. And the Zoomers don't know what that is. You kind of have, and that's basically what I write about in my own book. And that's what I tried to manifest in the AXA movement. But it's hard to. If you're one person, you remember these things. It's an uphill battle for sure.
That's my last name is Kang. So this is a joke about like how my last name is Kang. So we actually was Kangs. So it is what it is. And I also created We Was Vikangs. It hasn't caught on, but I think one day it will. We was Vikangs. We was Vikangs too.
Yeah, I see. I think I've heard other people possibly say similar things.
Yeah, that's part of the Eurasian archaic revival. Like it's like,
Remember a Fantastic Plastic Machine? That was kind of like Japanese weird tech music, or a Tawate from D-Light. He was like the Japanese DJ. I mean, they had Groove Is in the Heart, but when Tawate did solo, he was really good. And Sneaker Pimps. I love Sneaker Pimps. They just had that one song that's always on the radio, but they actually were really good back then. Plus Tech Squeeze Box. I mean, it slowly comes by when I drink coffee.
Well, one of the greatest ones of all time is Techno Animal, right? This fucking guy with Godflesh and these bands, that he made.
Yeah, Godflesh.
Yeah, it's just that guy is a fucking monster. I think Matthew Broderick is his name.
Okay, that's technically Godflesh. Yeah, it's just like aside from.
Yeah, 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 he created a band with Alec Empire that I've played on the intro to this show many times called Curse of the Golden Vampire.
Yeah.
This is one of the greatest fucking albums ever made in the genre. Curse of the Golden Vampire.
That's kind of like
fucking
it's kind of like that's like Excessive Force with Buzz McCoy of Thrill Kill Cult and Sasha of Kime FDM. You know, it's like one of those weird, or 1,000 Homo DJs. It's kind of like a bizarre supergroup album that goes by the wayside and people forget. Or it's like Mearsbo versus Alex Empire, or like Mearsbo versus Juju. It kind of just goes under the radar.
Oh my God, Mearsbo versus Alec Empire. Good fucking lord. Good fucking
so I'm just saying it's there, but people forget.
I wish I knew like what samples they have in the background there, where they took that from. Do you know? Because like I would love
have
to
to listen to it again.
Yeah, go listen to it.
If you want, there's a little program called Serato Sample. So you put your music through it, and it takes the audio stems out. So if you really want an acapella, a certain sample uses high technology. It's $150. I have it, but suppose you put Alec Empire versus Mearsbo and Serato Sample, you could directly take out the sample, and then it's like, okay,
my God, what the fuck? I need
Serato Sample.
Hear this? Yeah. This is the craziest program I've ever heard of.
Yeah, Serato Sample. It's basically new high tech. It came out a few months ago, and basically it uses stemming technology. So instead of, back then you had to they make a separate acapella song. So if Human League had I Need Your Lovin', they would have the acapella. But today you use Serato Sample, put I Need Your Lovin' in, and it rips it out directly. Or I want the bass guitar, the synth. And you tell the program through like advanced filtering tech to take that sample. So it's pretty insane because it's like, unlike structural data, you're taking it from the wave file, and there it is.
There's a free website I found, and it's not obviously that great, but it did a semi-decent job, and it was to remove the vocals from the music track to create like a karaoke track. I'm trying to find it. I can't remember what it was called.
Yeah, that's what Serato Sample does in a more high-tech way.
Yeah.
Take out the vocal. Take out that, and it's like uses, it's 150, but it's pretty.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be better than what I'm talking about.
Damn, I was just speaking into.
I just can't spit out all this. I would probably be like embarrassing myself to talk about some of the music I know in relationship. But the one thing that was cool when I was friends with this band, and they took a lot of sometimes kids' toys and then obviously like other equipment, and they manipulated and made their own music instruments with it, which was really interesting. So you're talking about a lot of different like sampling with this sort of electronic sound, and that's about as close as I can compare to some of the shit that you guys are talking about.
It's circuit bending.
But anyway,
circuit bending. When you take a children's toy and you rewire the oscillator, that's circuit bending. So there's a whole you take children's toys apart. Yeah, there's a lot of circuit bending. You can make noise. You can make funny stuff. Yeah, that's how it appeared in late 2000s, early teens.
Yeah, this would have been like 2008, with my friends. But yeah, so they were like in a little band and they used some of that, but they also obviously had other equipment.
You can get like a Casio SK1 circuit bended, and so the sample for like the clarinet now sounds like a Hoover bass. And you just open it up and you
Yep.
Man, you guys are way cooler than I am. Yeah, the thing is that the shit is that I just fucking picked up the bong and I just spoke into it as it was a microphone, and I didn't even realize it. And then I picked up my mic and said, "Oh, sorry guys." So if anybody wanted to clip that, go ahead and clip that moment,
No, I don't think you're on camera for that, so it's okay.
Yeah, it was pretty, no, I was definitely on camera. So yeah, it is what it is.
Oh my God.
Yeah,
that's great. That's really good.
Yeah, fair warning for this this DHR digital hardcore. This song is a real it's hardcore music. So if you guys aren't into that, just come back in like 4 minutes. But yeah, this is gonna slap the fucking but yeah, it's through StreamYard, so you're only getting a taste, guys. You know what I mean? It's probably a lot of distortion on the other end. But yeah, if you guys want to look it up, it's called We Need a Change by Equator. This is just a sample. of the recording. But yeah, I was gonna smoke weed and listen to this. This is such an interesting use of sampling and electronics and drum and bass. It's fucking insane. Very experimental type of music, honestly.
Shit and get your ass up off the spot. Yeah, you better shit and get your ass up off the spot. Yeah, you better shit and get your ass up off the spot. Yeah, you better shit and get your ass up off the spot. Yeah, you better shit and get your ass up off the spot. Yeah, you better shit and get your yeah, you better shit and get your ass up off the spot. Yeah, you better shit and get your ass up off the spot. Yeah, you better shit and get your ass up off the spot. Yeah, you better shit and get your ass up off the spot. Yeah, you better shit and get your ass up off the spot. Yeah, you better shit and get your ass up off the spot. Yeah, you better shit and get your ass up off the spot. Yeah, you better shit and get your ass up off the spot.
Okay, we had 30 people here before that happened.
What's going on, TML?
Bless you. Be more Busker. How you doing today, brother?
I'm doing great, man. Packing up
Good shit.
some OG Lime Killer. This sativa, it's pretty damn good. 31,
Oh, yeah.
31 point something THC and
Oh,
and
wow.
total terpenes was like 3.75. That's just like killer.
Damn. My flavor today is a sativa as well. It's called Biodome. It's 22.05% with a 0.06 CBD. And I don't remember the terpenes on this one because I don't have that profile in front of it.
It doesn't say that on the label or whatever. It doesn't say how the
No, it's in the store because it's like based on the farm here, and so they have it like there. And I looked at it, but I don't remember it off the top of my head.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what can you guys? What do you guys think of the recording? You know, I know Pill Eater has some thoughts about it, but yeah,
I did actually enjoy that. Just want to throw that in.
That was wild, man.
shit is wild.
Yeah.
988 on a motherfucking dope boy.
Killer.
You know what? Once the song ended, it gave me like a reminder of like what peace is for a second.
You know what I'm saying though?
Yeah, I was like, I never knew that like that music could actually just show you what peace is as soon as it ends.
Right, because it shows you what's going on, you know, and then you're like, oh shit, but you're like, wow, you know, because there is a place that's like that, you know, and you go, well, that's not here. That's like I just created that for myself through this fucking music. Yeah, it's crazy. One of the main lines in that whole you know, Alec Empire and the Atari Teenage Riot thing, they start their album. It says, "Riot sounds produce riots." That's literally what it's. Riot sounds produce riots. You know, and then he says, "Play them in a riot situation. The police will come. You will see." You know, so it's interesting.
If you said it a little slower, it sounded like you said play it in the riot, in the right, in like the right time. Play it at the right
You know
time.
what I'm saying? Yeah, Pill Eater be dropped off there. Yeah, I think he had difficulties, but yeah, here he is. Yep. He had to go in and come out back in. Yep.
Sorry, I just got laggy. But yeah, if you listen to 60-second Wipeout, which is like my favorite ATR release.
Oh yeah. Yeah, maybe we could play that.
I named my 2020 zine after that. I called it 60-Second Wipeout Volume 1 because I wanted to have the emotional impact as that album did in my book release 4 years ago. And I also did an undergraduate project before I graduated at Rosemont College. I did it on Atari Teenage Riot 60-Second Wipeout on aesthetics and emotion. And I talked about the art, the inlay, how you listen to this incredible 60-second thrash or 60-minute thrash about how the world will end by a virus that will destroy the world in a minute.
Have you ever seen the motherfucking video to redefine the enemy, dude?
Yes. I've seen all the videos.
Fucking Lord, dude. I hope we don't get popped for
my
this.
My favorite video is Speed. I absolutely adore Speed.
It's so fucking weird. These people are so weird, yo. I'm like, what the fuck am I? What? Like, who the?
Yeah, I have all ATR albums on LP. I also have the Trocadero album on 95. So I have every release on LP for ATR. But yeah, to tell this to like normal people, they pretend they don't exist or that it happens.
Has anyone? Yeah, shout out anyone in the chat if you've heard about Atari Teenage Riot or ever heard Atari Teenage Riot.
Because some of their stuff that they make is like incredibly on the level of noise, embracement, anger, sadism, pretty much just I want it my way, F you. Like I always thought they were the AXA movement, the Asian aesthetics movement. And they're basically the cool, you know, white guy that has to defend his Asian sexual interest. But yeah, I absolutely adore 60-Second Wipeout. And the second album's interesting, nonetheless. But there's a lot of good, like, a lot of that goes on. But yeah, if you give 60-Second Wipeout to anyone, it's like in your face. So
I actually need to take this opportunity to say thank you very much, and I will be back. And also, I know we've talked about doing like more of an episode on tech. I'm still down to do that in more depth, like especially with getting into some of the topics, right, that we've sort of collaborated on already, but in more
Yeah, I'm
detail.
thinking about doing a thing where I have you up to explain like maybe health and like whatever like you want in terms of nature, in terms of avoiding the technological scope. I know you've talked about it in terms of radiation, in terms of going into nature and that type of stuff. So just like maybe if like, yeah, and I'll give you a forum, you could just speak over here and maybe, you know, and then I'll have maybe, I'm thinking like Mimsy Limbs come up and talk about that Technicot stuff, you know, that they're talking about, you know, about the radiation and all of that type of shit. And maybe we'll have a little seminar and stuff on like, you know, growing your own shit. And then I could probably give a presentation about the food system, food politics and stuff. So we'll plan that out. You know, we'll have like a little plan, you know?
That sounds like a great idea.
Hell
And
yeah.
speaking of which, I'm dipping off into the woods. It's good talking with you guys. And yeah, I'll see you soon. Thank you. Much
Yeah,
love.
blessings. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we got Ezra out there. We're gonna play some fucking shit here. Let me fucking play this for you guys. Atari Teenage Riot. Did this innovative video here.
Some feel the excitement of boredom, and some don't. But one day you will step outside, and you will feel the heat. You will hear the sirens of death, and they sound afraid. We're back where we were 10 years ago. And I'm feeling like I'm starting a whole life from new. This is your last chance.
What's on your mind? Nothing. I'm gonna die for nothing. Nothing else that matters by what you want from me. Anti-fashion seems to be fashion too by now. I don't need human policemen taking care about me. I don't need anyone. I take it all by myself. Myself! Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Tell me the truth, you fuckface! Gonna kill anyone for more! Suck me up for a better reason, I'm gonna cut you short! If only technology keeps moving it forward, and you're not prepared for the future, you become a nice child, left in an information overload unit. What's holding us back is time. World leaders choose world leaders, not us, not democracy, not a revolution. Time to stop the Germanization of the planet. I have a fear of a white planet. I redefine the enemy. Redefine the enemy. I have to redefine the enemy. I redefine the enemy. Redefine the enemy. Redefine the enemy. I broke the ice and I drowned. They want me dead, but alive enough to function. Everything gets out of control. But what do? Tonight, let's get back on the street, start living again. Anything worth having is worth fighting for. It's important that the future's on our side, on my side, on my side. White House and white snow.
The final moment has come. It's all over. It seems that you still have power in reserve, but we're winning. Are you training in your despair? I redefine the enemy. I redefine the enemy. I redefine the enemy. We got to redefine the enemy.
Here I come! Don't bother me! There's nothing we can do!
It's not my style to just wait to be killed. I wipe you all out. Now is the chance. I'm covered by a blue shadow. I fear no longer. I fear no longer. I fear no longer. I really find the enemy. Really find the enemy. I really find the enemy. Really find the enemy. I've got to really find the enemy. Really find the enemy. Really find the enemy.
Interesting lyrics. All right. You know.
I heard redefine the enemy, but like it also sounded like anime. And probably my favorite part was that dude standing off on the corner, just literally standing there with his hands in his pocket like nothing was happening.
Yeah, I mean, I just love the line. He said, if only technology is moving you forward and you're not prepared for the future, you become a naive child trapped in an information overload unit. The only thing holding you back is time. I was like, whoa. I was like, he's talking about, you know, cultural acceleration or whatever, you know what I mean? And quite, you know, terms or whatever. And then the nihilism, you know, that he's expressing, you know, against. He says, you know, it's not my way to find ways to be killed. I'll wipe you all out. And it's just like some fucking, it's like, you know, it's this nihilistic tone at the end of the day inside of it, you know, coming from that German flavor, you know. So yeah, it's got it all, you know. And
I like that one line with the future is going past you or something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, welcome to my friend Benjamin, who I met yesterday, and we're going to play some of the conversation we had at the end of this show as I promised him. Blessings, brother. I think he stepped away.
How's it going, guys? Yeah, I did step away.
Yeah, what's going on, friend? Yeah.
What am I on spotlight here? Just came by to say hi. How you doing?
Yeah, how's it going, brother? No, I'm just informing them that I met you yesterday, and you know, we had.
Oh yeah, you came and hung out. Yeah, it was fun. It was good.
Yeah,
nice to
I'm
meet
gonna
you.
be playing it at the end of this episode here in a little while. Here.
Sorry, I was just busy at the moment, but I know you were playing the video.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you for joining, Benjamin. Blessings.
Have a good one. Yeah, blessings, man.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you, friend. Yeah, thank you for waving, brother. Blessings. Yeah. And yeah, what's going on, friend? Pill eater.
Nothing much, just doing some things, packing some boxes, just multitasking at the moment this morning.
Yeah, no worries, no worries. Yeah, Benjamin. Yeah, my Jewish brethren there I met yesterday. So, you know, we're covering a lot of Jewish topics. So it's good to meet some friends, you know, because I was trying to get some people who are fluent on those topics on the show. So we're going to maybe have him around, you know, talk about the Bible and stuff. We got lots of discussions in the Bible. He's free to chime in as he sees fit. And I did talk to him yesterday. We had a very interesting discussion on Carl Jung. But yeah, redefine the enemy. Huh? Bill Eater? Yeah.
Yep. I had the greatest hits album too, called Redefine the Album. Well, there was two greatest hits albums. There was the B-side collections of Redefine the Enemy, which has the poster in it and all that, and I have that one. But then there was also that greatest hits collection too that came out like 3 years after that one. Yeah, a lot of that was just regurgitations of the last three albums, for sure. And then something happened on Hyperreal and did reset.
Yeah, let me try to find this.
Speaking of which, Atari Teenage Riot, aka Alec Empire, only has like 500 followers on Twitter. So I suggest to follow him on Twitter and then DM him and say, "Hey, would you like to be on the podcast?"
Well, I don't know if he would participate. I mean, the thing is that he has some interesting political views and stuff. I don't know if you saw the Black Flags video, you mean? But yeah.
Well, right now he's an anarcho-capitalist. That's his current political view. He believes in Rothbard and crypto, and
which is weird,
typical ANCAP
right?
stuff.
Yeah, you know,
that's his
so
current belief right now.
Yeah, so I mean, I wonder what he would say about the premise of this show. You know, I wonder what he would say. I know a lot of those earlier, you know, like destroy 2,000 years of culture and like this kind of like, you know, but like you know, like they were kind of going against the, like you know what I mean, like in Redefine the Enemy. You know, he you know that line about technology. You know, it's kind of crazy. I mean, but
Right.
But yeah.
He's now kind of just a cozy, you know, Bitcoin, pro Bitcoin, ANCAP, whatever your liberty is the most important kind of guy. I think that has to do a lot with German culture for sure. But
yeah, he said world leaders choose world leaders, not us, not democracy, not a revolution. Time to stop the Germanization of the planet. I have a fear of a white planet.
well, you got to understand that empire is coming from the upbringing of being in West Germany. So
What an
different
interesting line, though. You know, interesting dynamics in that line. You know,
a lot of West Germans also feared the Stasi and the East Germans as well. So it's just a part of Alex's upbringing and as well as Sasha's upbringing from Time FDM.
Yeah, this fucking stupid fucking lyrics website just froze my browser, so I can't see.
Yeah, I think I might as well just reach out to Alec Empire on the ATR Twitter because you know he only has 500 followers and
oh shit, even
yes, like the official ATR account only has like 500, 700 followers, which is ridiculous. And people don't know, and people are like, "Oh, that's his name." Yeah, this is Alec Empire runs that account. He actually likes some of my tweets too on Twitter. I'll have to link you to the account, but like, just go on.
What's up? Am I here? Am I alive? I may be the only one here. Who else is here? Who do we got? Reddington, we got Smith. Smith, yep, teaches us about the orange Jews, the gin and Jews. Jumanji, I think, was one. You Tell Me. What up, You Tell Me? Of course, Ice Grills. That's who's out here right now. Creek Mary might be creeping in here too. Bro, what happens if I leave? Let's see.
Did everyone leave? Everyone left the panel. Wow. I had to restart my browser and everybody just left the panel. So, including Lanza. Yeah, I mean, my panel's gone, guys. I mean, I don't know what to do. No, I'm just kidding. You know, I still had that thing to cover about the Colossus, but yeah, bless you guys. You know what I mean? For being out here. You know, but yeah, I don't know who was actually up here with me earlier. You know I had Pill Eater up here, Lanza up here. I thank you guys for showing up here. You know, I know we had Ezra up here. I think we had oh no, we had Be More Busker too, right? So Be More Busker was here too. So thank you guys for showing up. What's going on, Lanza?
Not much, man. Are you closing up?
Well, I mean, if nobody wants to join the panel, I mean, I guess I'll just cover some of the material I had and then just leave. But yeah, thank you so much for being here, guys. But yeah, I still have a lot of material to cover, as I was covering in the beginning of the show. So yeah, I wanted to look at some more of the songs with Pill Eater, but I think Pill Eater actually had to go. So I know Pill Eater was out here, talking about. I was glad to get his opinion on the musical shit, digital hardcore and that type of stuff. I know Reddington might know a little bit about that stuff too, right?
Very little.
Very little, yeah, but I know you like to
Of
listen
like
to some.
the industrial-ish kind of genres. I'm not too adversed in.
Yeah. Actually, it started with industrial music, and that's that band Techno Animal. That's one of the craziest bands. Obviously, he mentioned the band The Shizit. That's one of the fucking craziest bands. Let me play a song by The Shizit. That might, get up on some shit, and then we'll kind of end this segment of the show. I'll kind of watch more of this Giorgiani video. And then I actually will leave because I'm getting a little late. So I do thank everyone for being here. To my 7 lovely viewers, since we started this tech music shit, like everybody just left my show, and then everybody left my panel. So not even the people on my panel appreciated it. But we did get to look at some innovative art, if you will. But yeah, Redefine the Enemy. That's such a key song. You know what I mean? Such key lyrics in that song. I mean, but let me fucking try to look up this Shizit band. And this band is kind of, as he said, it transformed into the group Rabbit Junk, which is the lead singer of the band, kind of transformed it into Rabbit Junk, kind of a nonsense band that he formed with his wife. But the early D-Trash records, obviously digital hardcore recording started in Germany, and it was actually one of the founders of it was the guy you just saw, Alec Empire, that Pill Eater was talking about. Maybe we could send him a message on Twitter, get him on the show, because he was really he made 2 solo albums that are incredibly interesting, The Futurist, and also maybe I should play a song from The Futurist, because this album, The Futurist, and also his album Intelligence and Sacrifice, one of the craziest subjects, really. Yeah, we're looking at the influence of technology on culture and extreme hardcore music, especially developing in Germany, Eurasian futurism. It's linking to that, and these kind of Promethean concepts embedded in the culture and the arts. So obviously, if you go look at Giorgiani's channel, Prometheism, he has this sort of gabber type of music. I kind of showed it on the show one day. Actually, you know what? Since I was talking about Giorgiani, let me play some of Giorgiani's Prometheism music, because
You trying to summon Neuro?
Well, I don't think it's too early for Neuro. It was even too early for Pill Eater, so it's way too early for Neuro. Neuro was up talking to me at like 4 a.m. last night, I'm pretty sure, as he is most nights. So this guy doesn't really sleep. I don't know when he sleeps. He sleeps from like 5 to 10. So there's no way he's gonna be awake.
That's like 1 p.m. his time, I think.
He's not gonna be out
Still
here.
late though.
He's never been here one morning show, to be honest. So he only shows up to the night shows, and it's got to do with how it's 3 hours earlier over there for sure. But yeah, Prometheism. Yeah, this is me. I mean, this Giorgiani character. I mean, he's a boogeyman of this channel for a reason. I mean, you guys finna see. I was happy to have. Oh my god, I'm not even subscribed to Prometheism. Yo, they only got 7.4 subscribers. Oh my god, yo.
7.4 thousand?
Oh yeah, this is one. Xenocyber. Yeah, Xenocyber Chaosmosis. And look at the Lovecraftian imagery. I played this on my show before. A lot of like buttholes, you know? With this shit. Look at this pedo pogo optics right here.
Sheesh.
So this music is horrible, terrible. First of all, it sounds like disco like music, but the images are very clear. And he's just going to repeat this over and over. So there's no reason to keep playing this because it's rather unpleasant. Unlike the fucking Atari Teenage Riot shit, I actually like that type of music sometimes. But fucking this type of shit is basically biotechne, right? Like he's looking at these Lovecraftian images, and they're kind of like the what do you call it? Geiger, right? For who made the alien shit? It's a biotechne. But yeah, it's got. You tell me, like some music. Yeah, look at this shit. Yeah, this shit is crazy. I mean, this shit is
I gotta be honest. I was like, oh, this ain't bad. But I was like, this kind of reminds me of like music that would be in like a video game or something. Like, and I was like,
yeah,
this person
exactly.
trying to
Yeah.
make like life soundtrack video game music. Like,
Yeah, it's interesting. But yeah, this is Giorgiani's actual website. The guy who wants to build the Colossus, I mean, look at this shit.
Needs to be more 8-bit.
Wait, what'd you say?
Needs to be more like 8-bit-ish chip
Right.
tune to be like video game, but it depends on what era of your video games you're looking at.
Yeah, I play video game music on this shit too. Yeah. Richard Madsen, peace, brother. And thank you to everyone who joined the panel earlier. Be More Busker, yeah. Be More Busker is also a musician, so I always appreciate his input because he's got some slapping tunes, but yeah. You see all the like the butthole imagery? Like I don't
Yeah, and other imagery.
and other this is obviously labial, like or whatever.
Yep.
But yeah, biotechne, that's the flavor of the day. Biotechne. So yeah, in other words, what was the topic? I think I got why end time teacher. Oh, end time teacher.
Giorgiani with his statue.
What the fuck is this guy talking about, yo?
I think he's talking to Rant.
Is he arguing with? Yeah, but why though? End times teacher.
No
we
idea.
got the see, I already told you the subject. You can hop on the panel if you want. It'd be nice to have a conversation with you. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, the puckered hole. But yeah, why even put that in the art? It is what it is, right? Talking to the guy.
It's Giorgiani. He's supposed to be Satanist, right?
Yeah, exactly. Openly declared Luciferian. But yeah, brother, you could hop on the panel if you want. Thank you for being here. Yeah, sorry for coming at you. But yeah, the thing is, what I was just inviting you on the panel. But yeah, because you look like a content creator if I ever seen one. Look at this guy. Look at this guy's face. Tell me he's not a content creator. Look at this guy, man. He's got sunglasses on like me. So he knows what the deal is out here. But let me play this. Autechre. I mean, I tried to play Autechre one day and they fucking copyright struck me. So let's not do that. Hopefully I don't get
That's unfortunate. They're a good band.
Yeah, they're
duo.
great. Yeah, they're excellent. You know, what was I going to do next?
Johnny.
Oh no, Shizit. Oh no, I was gonna play Shizit, and then I was gonna play. Actually, I was gonna play Alec Empire album. Let me play Alec Empire album, and then I'll play the Shizit, and then I'll fucking hopefully get more into this fucking Giorgiani Colossus video. And then I'll end my stream with the conversation I had with Benjamin and David yesterday. Some good brothers there, you know, they wanted to know more about conspiracies surrounding Carl Jung. So I try to come with that heat, you know, on their platform, repping my knowledge about Jung and conspiracies and shit, and about
How he
how
was an agent.
yeah, how he was an agent. Yeah. They were intrigued. And I was talking more about some of the other tie-ins to philosophy and the occult, and also how some of the knowledge of the religion's been hijacked. So it was interesting conversation we had with those folks, for real. I really appreciated their time, and let me go ahead and fucking try to play a song from the Futurist. You know, the Futurist album is a little, I mean, I could technically play Intelligence and Sacrifice. He's got this 2-part song called Everything Starts with a Fuck, which is very, very interesting. But he's also got this one other song, because it's kind of like very, like, I don't know, like everything starts with a fuck. Like it's very, misanthropic in a way, and in that sense it's nihilistic. I mean, the nihilistic mystic. Let me see if I could find a joint version of this Alec Empire song, Everything Starts with a Fuck, part 1 and 2. And from his album Intelligence and Sacrifice. This is again, it gets very much more strange, I mean, as the time goes on. So, what I just played was Atari Teenage Riot from Digital Hardcore Recordings, Redefined the Empire. The other songs, then they were influenced by those other bands like Equator, and then Alec Empire launched his solo career, and the shit obviously goes into a new direction. But yeah, this song, Everything Starts with a Fuck, part 1 and 2. Let me try to find one that has a joint part 1 and 2 in it. And I'm not really finding one. Yeah, actually, I think this is part 1 and 2. I'm just gonna go ahead and play what it is. Actually, no. Okay, well, let me not get fucking struck up on this motherfucker. So I'm gonna try to play one that doesn't have a attached to a YouTube page. That's from the official motherfucking artist.
That guy's in the backstage, by the way.
Who?
End Times guy.
Oh, End Times. Okay, yeah. What's going on, bro? Yo,
Hey, what's up? Can anybody hear me?
yeah,
Yep.
I think this guy's a fucking. This guy better not porn bomb me, bro. Authentic Watchman, the Watchman. Okay, because this guy fucking porn bombed OTW one day, I think. You know what I'm saying? Do you see that? Yeah, go ahead. Yeah. You
I
want to
don't
wave?
watch that guy, so I wouldn't know.
Yeah, can you wave to me, brother? Thank you, man. All right, we got this guy here.
Yeah, I'm clearly a real person here. I just put my camera on so you can see. I wasn't prepared to join the stream, but you guys asked me to come on, so I gave you a couple minutes.
Yeah, I'm just I'm just wrapping up the stream, but I would yeah, it's good to have a conversation with you and to talk to you. Thank you so much. And here I'll give you a time to represent your views and opinions. Thank you for being here, brother. You can go ahead and say what you want.
That's cool. That's cool. I'm ETT, End Time Teacher. I host my own YouTube channel and live streams. My YouTube channel is called End Time Teacher, right? That's why I call myself ETT. And on my page I talk about world events.
Yeah, we talk about a lot of
religion.
a lot of end time stuff on this show too.
Right.
If you ever want to contribute, because we have a lot of discussions about the Bible and about the meaning of end times, especially eschatology and all of those types of things. So yeah, man, definitely it's good to know. But yeah, but you were saying?
Yeah. As I said, I talk about, Bible theology and, end times, world events, stuff like that. The law too, dealing with the, biblical commandments. I talk about those too, and all the things in between there. I deal with the whole book, all 80 books that make up of the Bible. I deal with those on my page. That's basically my background.
Good shit. And do you ever cover any stuff from the apocryphal books, or do you just cover the stuff conventional?
Well, I gave a little hint. I said all 80 books because most people believe that the Bible only has 66 books, but the truth is that there were a couple books that were removed from the Bible in the past. So I do subscribe to a decent amount of the apocrypha books.
Yeah, you're gonna get along with some of the people here then, because a lot of the other people on the channel have expressed those basic views. But yeah, thank you so much for representing what you teach and all that type of stuff. Yeah, man. If you got any like words of wisdom for everybody, you know what I mean, go ahead and lay them down for everybody, because we're about to close this one out.
Well, as I said, I wasn't really planning on joining the stream. I just got the invitation because I was listening.
I'll tell you a little bit about what we were talking about earlier, and then maybe you can respond to it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because I think that'd be interesting, because I was talking about them putting this statue up, Promethean statue, right? On Alcatraz Island, so they're gonna put this fucking giant Promethean statue up on Alcatraz Island, like this like satanic Luciferian statue, right? And Prometheus is basically Saturn or whatever, like that the Jews like pray to or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So like it's El, it's like the god of time or whatever. That's who like gave them fire, because they don't believe. They don't pray to God. They think God is like Zeus, so they'd rather pray to Prometheus, because they're
speaking of those statues, not to cut you off, but speaking of statues, you guys know about over at the CERN headquarters, they have a statue of Shiva. Outside of there, and somebody actually recorded a sacrifice taking place there. Do you guys ever saw that video before?
Heard of it, but haven't seen it.
It's on YouTube.
If they told me like, here's a snuff film of a sacrifice, I wouldn't not click on that shit. I'd be like, yo, that's like putting a curse on yourself. I'd be like, hell no,
Yeah, but I hear you. I hear you.
But I definitely heard that happened. I've heard from multiple sources that happened. The Shiva statue and the sacrifice and all that shit. Yeah, for sure, dude. 100% on that shit. Yeah. And I mean, I was talking about how it's the divine masculine and the divine feminine, where they're putting the Statue of Liberty on the other side. So really they're putting a curse on the United States by putting a statue on the other side representing the divine masculine. You get what I'm saying? Like they're trying to
I hear you.
into two parts. It's this whole wizardry shit that they're trying to pull. So so I was talking about Prometheus and how they believe in this idea. But yeah, maybe you could go off that, man. Go ahead.
But yeah, since you were talking about statues, it's really interesting because, you're seeing these statues being erected around the world, and, it makes you think, it's like, well, why are they putting these statues of like deities and gods at these like governmental places or places of significance such as CERN, right? Why the hell would they put a damn Shiva statue outside of the CERN. Like, how, if they're just doing like scientific research, right, with the atoms or whatever they're trying to, the protons, whatever they're trying to learn about, what the hell does these gods have to do with that? Like, the public, this will go over their head. You know, they won't connect the dots together to see it. There's clearly something deeper going on behind the scenes that they don't want the public to know about. You know, so again, it's like people that have the eyes to see can clearly see what's going on, you know. But again, anybody that can't see it at this point, you know, they're just, as I would say, just lost in the sauce at this point. That's, you know,
Yeah.
truly the truth.
Yeah, or they're trusting what's on the surface and not what's hidden beneath, you know, as they say, you know, like the fucking, you know, God is heard and not seen. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And it's like, you know, people don't know how to read the signs, really. You know, they don't know how to listen. In other words, they're too busy looking at shit, and what they're looking at is not even real. It's flickering shadows on a fucking screen, images of things that aren't even real. That's when you're trapped in the symbolic. You're confusing the symbolic for reality itself. You know, and the fucking first step to blinding somebody is getting them to open their eyes. You know what I'm saying? As I say
Right.
when I end the show. But yeah, man, it's a blessing to know you, my brother. And thank you for joining and for sharing your knowledge about the Bible, the 80 books. I'll very much love to hear more about that. Tomorrow, I'm going to be doing another stream. I'm going to be streaming almost all day, watching a movie and then reviewing some debates of Black Hebrew Israelites. So we'll be talking about the Bible at night there on 420. So yeah, I'd love to have you stop by and talk more about that. Thank you so much, brother.
Yeah, that's cool. I don't know if I'll be able to make that stream, but I'll definitely make sure I'm subscribed. And then sometime when I see you live, I'll click the link.
Yeah, thank you. I got a show on Wednesday night and Friday night, and I'm sorry, Wednesday night, Friday morning, and Saturday night. Yeah, there you go. So,
all right, cool.
Yeah,
Well, thanks for having me on.
Yeah, thank you so much, friend. Yeah, I'm gonna throw you out here, and thank you, brother. Yeah, and Reddington, what you got for him, brother?
Oh, I mean, I wasn't here early. I was busy with stuff, but the biodigital convergence seems to be relevant to what you're talking about. Biotechne or whatever you're saying.
Exactly. Yeah, biotechne. You know, like in the Alien movie. You know, I think it's H.R. Geiger. You know, he's got those like aliens where the technology is linked into their, you know, genes, basically.
Right.
Yeah. So yeah, you know, and that basically goes into transhumanism, really merging human beings with machines. Is sort of the, you know, that alien is
Post-humanist movement.
Yeah. Yeah, and you see it a lot in Geiger's Necronomicon. If you'll observe the overhead image of my channel, that's H.R. Geiger Necronomicon image. So it's displaying.
Snap.
Yeah, so it's displaying biotechne right there in its Lovecraftian ethos. So it's very interesting. You know, I definitely understand where Giorgiani's going with that. I've had that image on there for like 2 or 3 years. So yeah, it's kind of,
yep,
you know, synchronistic to say the least, as we'll discover in the Jung. I'm gonna lay down some knowledge on you guys about Jung, and yeah, blessings. Yeah, thank you for being here, Reddington, brother.
For sure.
Yeah, you got anything else for these good people?
No, that's it.
Thank you, my friend. I'll talk to you soon. And yeah, here we go with this you know, special. You know, we got Jung coming at you. You know, after the rapture. First, we're gonna play Everything Starts with a Fuck. Try to find this for you guys, you know. You know, I was trying to look for this. Okay, here we go. Get up on this Everything starts with a fuck. And yeah, I'll end the show with some music for you guys, you know, and I got a discussion on Jung, you know. Stick around, guys. You guys will learn some shit and do some music and shit. But yeah, thank you for joining us here on The Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And I hope you have clarity to see through the lies, my friends.
Everything starts with a fight! Hey! 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 Put it inside! Put it inside! Everybody inside! In the land of freedom! Come on! You don't know what you're getting with! Take your motherfucking sounds getting it! Come on! It's not our game! But it's our code! Everything starts with a floor! They got my phone! No more chances! They got my phone! We can break down walls and we want it to! We can break down walls and we want it to! And the land of freedom!
Someday I'll go to heaven. Jesus said I would. If I'll obey his laws each day, as all good children should. So, everything I think and see and hear and do and say, my prayers and every hardship, I offer him this day.
Everything stops with a fuck! You gotta take him down! Take it on chances and see what we got! Run, half the bird! Come on the wall like this, your way! Find your hearts, I'll find the break! This goes down to the private fear! Everything starts with a fuck! With a fuck! Fuck all of you! Come on! Hey! Don't ask why! If you know what's wrong! Don't ask why! If you know what's wrong! Never ask why! If you know what's wrong! Don't ask why! If you know what's wrong! Never ask why! If you know what the fuck is wrong! Everything stops with a fuck! Try to put us down. Or we fight back.
Yeah.
Or what their problems are. It's not all the same, but yeah.
But I mean, how do you know that they aren't biased by those factors too, right? And that's contributing.
I know. Yeah. So there is that. They do take the shortcut on the visual typing sometimes, for sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that.
Oh, we've got another conspiracy theorist here. What's going on, buddy?
Feels like a troll.
Hey, what's going on, friends?
Sounds like it.
I like how you identified me as a conspiracy.
I don't know. I don't know. What's your name? Nice to
I
meet
think
you.
you hit the nail right on the head. You must be familiar with me. Because Flow State was here, so I know I'm familiar with Flow State, and he
Right.
Yeah, he would have told you guys about my conspiracy.
Okay.
He would have warned you guys.
All right, what's your conspiracy? Just get it out in the open. Let's flesh it out.
Don't poke the bear. Don't let him start.
Oh
no.
Uh-oh. Well, you guys are talking about Jung. I could lay some conspiracies about Jung, Obviously
About
there's a
Jung?
lot. Oh yeah, there's a lot about him. Yeah,
really?
I'm sure you guys are familiar with.
Okay, Jay's gonna have to breathe while you're talking it. He's gonna have to take a deep breath.
I will
You'll listen.
I will listen. I probably know all these too because
Okay.
Most likely,
I don't know
yeah,
any of
yeah.
these. I don't. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, which ones do you know, CJ? I'll go off of what you already know.
Well, no, I'm not going to help you here, man. You came in here. You said you had information.
The other guy.
You had a nice gift for us. Yeah, give us our presents.
Okay. Well, here, let me look up this article. Maybe I could find this article because I don't want to speak out of my ass, But yeah, there is some connections between. Well, first of all, I don't know if you guys know Carl Jung was an OSS agent.
Yeah, that's right. I knew
So
that.
you're familiar with that?
Well, I mean, some say he worked for the CIA, others OSS. I mean,
Well, there was no CIA when the OSS was there, right? The OSS is a precursor to the CIA, right? So.
Well, no, the CIA existed because Jung died in 1961, right? So, yeah, he could have worked for either. He could have worked for both. Actually, he probably did work for both.
Right, but I'm specifically talking about during World War II.
But he started back in the OSS before the CIA. Yeah.
Well,
yeah, the office, the Office of Strategic Services, yeah. So that would be, so that would be the, I guess that would be the starting point for the conspiracies, right? Would be that he was that he was actually a Fed, So that would be, that's very conspiratorial right there. I need not proceed further, I think.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Well, I mean, with Jung, I mean, I do think that they probably. I do believe he built like psychological profiles for them.
Well, it was really Mary, that lady Mary Bancroft, because she was studying Hitler. She wanted to build a psychological profile on Hitler, and she was kind of collaborating with Freud and Jung, going back and forth, and also she's involved with them in an interesting way.
Thanks, David, for asking.
Yeah,
Mary
Hitler's
Bancroft.
Interesting case. He's a very interesting case. America is one of the most
It's your conversation now.
I know. I need to take charge of it a little bit more. I don't know what just happened. I think I wasn't even paying attention.
Oh, Ben, I totally forgot where I was with that.
What?
I probably didn't mention that stuff here, right?
No, mention whatever you want. Yeah, let's do it.
Open panel. Yeah.
Open panel.
Whatever's fine.
Okay. Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Oh, we're giving you more permission.
Pause and then you clear the floor, and then now he's on. Go ahead.
Well, what other conspiracy theories do you know? Let's leave that one.
Just it's resolved.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds like a fact that is either true or not true. Doesn't really.
Yeah, it's not really.
One thing that is true
doesn't
is
really
that
explain anything.
Jung had access to information that none of us will ever have, number one. No one at the time, or very few people at the time, had. He also...
oh, yeah, that's indicative of the fact that he was a spy.
yeah, he was also privy to information before it was published, and we know that to be the case because we see the evidence of it. So... where like the influence kind of trickled in to his works. So
yeah, that's another interesting segue is his influence from the Gnostic tradition, right?
Yeah.
And from theosophy, in general, and that his views don't seem to be, scientific. I guess that's the ultimate criticism of him. Is that a lot of people would consider it pseudoscience because of its links to theosophy, right? Especially the writings of people like Jans Jonas. I've actually studied theology. I hate to present myself as a conspiracy theorist. I wrote a 400-page book on theology, so it is what it
400.
is.
Are you selling it?
It is what it is. Yeah.
Is it on Amazon or something?
Yeah, and I also study other shit like political science and stuff. So I went to university to study that stuff. But I kind of do the conspiracy thing to catch the kind of ears of the people because it's a hot topic today. So you use it as a just like you guys use Jungian typology. I'll use hoaxes and conspiracies, even though it's a basically because a lot of people come in and they have misperceptions about things based on conspiracies. One of the main ones I'm sure you guys are aware of is like anti-Semitic conspiracies. We deal with those ones all the time.
I mean, that's really easy to make. People will just believe those. Those are easy to make.
Yeah, and then obviously there's a bunch of those about Jung and Freud. I don't know if you know this, but Jung actually said that Freud's work is based on his Hasidic ancestry. He actually said that
it's not true. He was very far from all that stuff. Freud.
Yeah, but that was Jung's
using any of that.
Yeah, that was one of Jung's claim was that if you go deep into the Hasidic mindset, that you'll actually discover a lot of the roots for Freud's teachings. But that was his opinion of everyone. That if you go back because they're getting information.
Oh, he's talking about the collective unconscious. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah, right. He's referring to back to his theory of racial memory and the collective subconscious. So that was an interesting take on even Freud's work. That Freud is kind of a Hasidic thinker. Which is fascinating. I never heard anybody except for Jung describe it that way.
I mean, Freud has become the staple of psychology today. All of the stuff that people disagree with Freud about is all of like the stuff that hasn't been accepted. But all the stuff that has been accepted, we kind of just take for granted that it came from Freud.
Well, a lot of the stuff that we also see too, like terms such as transference and projection and shit like that, like are both like Jungian Freudian terms. So, but it's just giving credit to Freud, which is another conspiracy that everything's giving credit to Freud. And when I was in my undergrad, there was never mention of Jung, ever. Ever. Everything was Freud, Skinner.
Yeah, that's why. That's why I really didn't like it that much because Jung immediately strikes you as more true. It's like you read Freud, you're like, what the shit is this? Then you read Jung, you're like, he hit the nail on the head. Because he's willing to not be, metaphysically, spiritually, and emotionally a eunuch. And so it's totally. Scientism, I hate Freud's sort of scientism,
Well, Freud.
You like the more esoteric stuff, Machine?
Oh yeah.
Science. Yeah. There's no way to turn psychology into a science. Like, I mean, like my studies.
What?
My subject's got to study your subject. So.
What? There's no way to turn psychology into a science?
No way.
I think you're right about that.
What?
Okay. Yeah, or anything that has to do with mind. Mind is a thing. Once it has to do with mind, science has to be like mind independent in some way because we're talking about things that you can observe without relying on your perception.
I get my cognitive psychology book. Hold on.
Yeah.
Well, here's more evidence of it. How far have we come since Jung in psychology, or have we actually regressed?
Well, we've regressed into.
We've specialized.
Behaviorism is a regression. Is a great regression. Where they go even a step behind Freud. you know, and even move to a more analytic phase. You know, where
it's analytic, it's statistical, and it's specialized, so it's more niche. You have like little niche areas of psychology that do specific experiments that can be repeated. So,
oh, those experiments, Ben. You know what you
yeah,
need to you need to get mobile crisis called on you, okay?
mobile
And then
crisis.
they're gonna take you in, right? They're gonna put you by like a boiler room, right? Whatever, right? And they're gonna put you in a room where basically the bed is bolted to the fucking floor, right? There's like plexi glass over like the TV.
Well, I mean, what about Jordan Peterson? He's all up to date on all that stuff. You ever listen to what he's saying? He's all into the science of psychology.
I know. I listened to Peterson until I realized that, like, Peterson, I don't know how to say this.
Just say it. Just let it out.
At first, you're like, "Wow, this is brilliant," and then you go, "Wait a second, this is actually quite obvious," and you know, it's actually not so brilliant after like maybe the first 10 watches. But that's just my
He's
opinion.
influenced by this guy, this guy A.R. Luria. You guys ever hear about him, about the cognitive mapping and that type of stuff? You know, I don't think that, and also he's really influenced by Piaget.
Yep.
You know, so I think those sources are questionable. You know, I like his stuff about Jung and Nietzsche. I'm a huge proponent of Nietzsche myself.
Yeah.
You know, I think Nietzsche's really like anti-psychology, but you know, I really like him a lot. You know, in terms, yeah. Stoicism is like anti-psychology in a way, you know. But
well, yeah. Well, I mean, you know, thought forms and mindsets and stuff like that is kind of that. It's like that non-science coming in trying to be science and stuff like that that we also see in psychology. I mean, you know. So Ben, just so say if you have like mobile crisis quality, my point to that is that they're going to try the same thing. They're going to try CBT, they're going to try DBT and talk therapy, right? And then here's the thing: if those don't work, they go straight to electroshock therapy.
That's applied psychology, though. That's different than.
No, that is their method. That's their formula.
Yeah.
They follow that formula every fucking.
Oh, and
time,
they used to do lobotomies. That was part of this too. Like,
no,
of
but
course.
I'm saying that was 100 years ago. The lobotomies, right?
Okay.
So what if they say, hey, we're going to give you like 12 sessions of, you know, electroshock therapy to cure your depression, right? Because they don't want to get to the root of anything. They don't care. Oh, and that's also if the pills don't work and they can't even explain to you how the pills work. Good luck getting a doctor explaining to you how any of that shit works. They have no fucking idea.
I mean, that's physiology. That's not their.
It's not a science at all. It's not even close to a science. You can't measure shit.
Okay. All right. That's an opinion.
I'm being aggressive. I'm not.
No, it's an opinion. You're allowed to have an opinion. It's okay.
But yeah, I'll bump it down a few notches.
No, it's all good.
I get passionate about this stuff. I've had so many arguments with those people. It's but yeah.
I'm trying to look him up. There's this one philosopher that they were arguing with. So he was talking about psychology from a completely subjective perspective. And the physicist came down on him because he was talking about time, but he wasn't talking about time the way time is in a physics sense. He was talking about it how it is on a cognitive sense, how we experience time.
Bergson?
Is that his name? I think so.
I love Henry Bergson.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know Henry Bergson.
Bergson is one.
Yeah,
Is a great one. Yeah, I read Creative Evolution. You know, it's a great work by Bergson. You know, arguing against Einstein.
Yeah, but he was. So that was the thing. He wasn't arguing against physics and Einstein. He was just arguing that this is okay. This might be a way physics experiences time, but we cognitively experience time differently. Yeah, it was interesting.
Yeah,
put
like
that hat on.
Yeah, I think it began a lot of things in philosophy of mind. You know, and yeah, I think Bergson is a real thing, and his kind of influence from C.S. Peirce. You know, I think that's a great kind of understanding, and how those tie into Jung, because actually Freud actually met William James. You know, he came to America and met William James, and William James was obviously a very brilliant person. I probably would say that William James kind of started like psychology right in the 1800s. Kind of the foundational concepts. And also in the Will to Believe, you have kind of an interesting epistemology, I think, presented there that's kind of going off of the pragmatism of C.S. Peirce that kind of allows them to develop the whole science of psychology, because as you said, it's not neat like a science, it's more like the pragmatism of C.S. Lewis using these a kind of theories like abduction and those sort of things,
Yeah.
Jay, how are you speaking the same language as this guy? This is cool. I like this.
Well, the thing that I realized with Bergson, I kind of like integrate into my model, is that it seems like what he's trying to explain, at least in my mind, is a synthesis between extroverted perception and introverted perception. So it's like an eternal or like a unified field of now that you're where the past is ever present. It's like, so
yeah, that's the interesting part of Jung. Yeah, because he presupposes this concept of a universal mind, through this theory, through the theory of archetypes, and that's when he really gets into kind of like, I guess pseudoscience. He's getting into, like a proto-philosophical concept, basically, which is, to presuppose universal mind. I mean, that could mean many things. You could also presuppose, telepathy and precognition as a replacement for those two things. And they have been proposed at the places like Institute of Noetic Sciences and stuff like that. They do propose those things as a sort of, alternative explanation for archetypes. And now I'm getting really into the, crazy stuff, But that's what I said. It goes with the territory, so it's a really
there's nothing wrong with checking telepathy and testing it scientifically, but after a certain amount of time, you got to call it quits and be like, okay, this isn't the thing.
Well, then what is the thing, though, right?
Right.
Like, okay, all right. Never mind. I just won't talk. We're good.
Because you could just go full Plato, and there's Platonists today, so they make sense, and I think
that's your opinion, but yes.
Well, I think they make a lot more sense than scientists,
Okay.
Yeah, dualism, dualism makes 10 million times more sense than a physicalist, naturalist, monistic position. That doesn't account for mind at all. So you can't even account for mind. So good luck doing psychology anymore. What I mean? In my opinion, so at least you have to account for mind. So I mean, if you don't at least begin with dualism,
I got you.
Try to collapse dualism from within, like Bergson did, then you can't even move forward.
Yeah. It's funny because like when you talk like this to actual doctors,
I know.
They start backing up so quick. Like,
I know. That's why.
Yeah, I gotta hurry, man. I gotta hurry. I have another patient.
I know. That's why. I mean, my dad's a doctor, so that's what it is. That's how he talks to me, and so is my mom, So I think so. I think I was talking. Actually, a lot of my dad's friends are doctors as well. So they're very intellectually savvy. So they like to discuss these topics. And if I'm sitting around with one of them, my dad just starts rolling his eyes. So you're like this guy, I think somebody asked. I think one of his friends said, even if the AI realizes it's conscious, it won't know that it's thinking. So even if it becomes conscious, there's no way for it to realize that it's conscious, so it won't be self-aware. And I think my dad said, I'm done with this conversation. He said, I'm gonna go over there to the next room. You guys are crazy, batshit crazy.
No, we accept it here. You can keep talking about AI and if it's conscious.
Yeah, I'm trained in philosophy, so it is what it is. I'm just trained in philosophy, so philosophy and political science. So I don't study science, but psychology and stuff.
Ben, what do you think? Are you afraid of AI?
No, not at all.
I know, right?
The name is the machine lies. You know, I'm not, the main issue on my channel is against technology. So
I see.
I'm
Okay.
yeah. So I'm an anti.
No, I'm not afraid of it. It's
anti-sexual.
like a tool. It's a tool to be used and misused. Up to us. Yeah. I think you can pretty much overthrow an entire country if you had a good AI and you had a good computation behind it and connected it to somehow connected it to the country infrastructure. You can get it to do some stuff. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's
today, but and that's until you have the AI defenders that are there to sort of watch for that kind of thing. Yeah. It's just.
Well, it's purely following like logic and reason. Like it doesn't have the irrationality necessary to actually make it dangerous, right? Because really what ends up getting people
That's what makes it dangerous. Okay, so if you want to talk about it getting dangerous, that's what makes it dangerous. It's so hyper rational, it'll fixate on whatever goal you gave it to the destruction of everything else. That's what makes it dangerous for sure.
Okay, I understand that point. I think the thing is it's easy to break that though, because the second you do something it doesn't expect, it breaks down.
So the one example I heard was, let's say you make an AI to collect stamps. You want it to be a stamp collecting AI. You connect it to Amazon, all that kind of stuff. And then it's like, okay, well, the stamps in the world aren't enough. I need to be able to start producing my own stamps. So it starts doing a side hustle, making this mega corporation. And then all of the money and all of the resources of the entire world get funneled into a stamp creation factory so that it can collect stamps. It's like, okay, let's think about what are we actually creating? What is the purpose of this thing?
Wait a second, Ben. wait a second. Nothing would do that. Nothing intelligent would do that.
Well, that's what AI is, though. AI is designed to achieve some kind of goal, right, through these feedback loops, and then
intelligence,
right, and its intelligence is goal oriented. Yeah.
Well, we made it goal oriented. I mean, right. So we're worried about it working to its ends, its goals, right?
We're not worried about it. It's just if you give it a goal, you have to be careful what you wish for, sort of thing. Yeah, just be careful what you wish for. Be careful what you ask it to do.
Well, anytime I've asked AI to do anything, it fucks it up.
Oh, in the ChatGPT stuff, yeah.
ChatGPT. What's the other ones? I mean, they're honestly fucking.
Yeah. That's like a very specific type of AI. That's a language model. But yeah.
Yeah, I get it's a language model. I get it.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I'm not worried about it. And the thing too is, if it became hyper intelligent, like far beyond us, wouldn't it just look at us in the same way that we look at ants, where it's like, why would I bother with these drones? Like I'll have to do my own things.
They'll move out of our way.
Yeah.
Also, like with AI, like we're going to see it evolve. So like in 5 years, we're still going to be like, okay, it's just AI, and in 10 years, whenever the new stuff comes out, it's going to be like a slow progression. But some people can like jump to like, holy shit, AI 50 years in the future, it's going to be so different. It's like a lot of stuff in the world is going to be a lot different.
It will be a slow progression, but it's going to have jumps every time it progresses. Like a new innovation is going to.
I compare it to like the CPU, like the storage, like how they had said like it would like double every year. I forget what that was called.
Yeah, so this is going to be different. This is going to be a bit different because. Like right now, the whole new thing with the ChatGPT, right? Like that's like a benchmark. Once you get these benchmarks, and now you just add more and more computing power to this benchmark, it's like it's another step in the direction. So I think that's what we're going to see is like you're going to see these benchmarks happen. You really want to look at are the people that are doing the active inference modeling and stuff like that. That's gonna.
What? Tell me more about the active inference model.
Like they're merging psychology and AI together.
Yeah.
That is one of the dangers, I think, from the outset, and I think you could see it in cybernetics and actually in behavior psychology. You know, in the outset of behavioral psychology, you know, especially in the Macy's conference report. You know, you have the whole, especially with Gregory Bateson, in his work Ecology of Mind. You know, he's drawing from ideas like Bergson and stuff like that, and he's talking about the link between psychology and artificial intelligence. Actually, when they first created artificial intelligence, they wanted to create an externalized model of how a human brain works. That's how they actually got into it. So they actually,
the neuron. They started with the neuron, not the brain. But yes, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, precisely. They looked at a brain, and then they looked at a neuron, and then they tried to reverse engineer that. You know, so it was a reverse engineering of the basic elements of mind that, as they understood it. If you actually look at Gregory Bateson, his understanding of what a single unit of mind is and what information is within a system is actually very much parallel, and it's a fascinating science how behaviorism is linked to the outset of the study of AI, especially in that Macy's conference report. You know, that's where
yeah. So this is something that is distrustful. I don't know if I'm scared of it, but I'm distrustful of it. It's because, like, when you see a person and they're thinking, you could see on their face what's happening in their mind.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Yeah.
That's
Whereas, like, with AIs, you can completely misrepresent that, and this is a good example of that. It's well done the way they were able to do this, but here, let's see.
Look over there.
Like, they made it cute on purpose. They made it, all of its behaviors are cute on purpose. Yeah. Just like how it could be misrepresenting what's actually going on. Like, it's acting.
Sure, but like,
and then you can project onto it cuteness. Yeah.
But why should we be
Innocence.
afraid of something that like waddles like a goose and is what, 2 feet tall?
So apply that to other places is what I'm saying.
It isn't armed, dude.
No, okay, all right, okay, fine, whatever. All right.
No,
I'm not saying be afraid of it. I'm just,
Yeah.
that's where I would distrust that sort of thing. Like, if you were able to get a visual representation of what the process is happening underneath the surface,
I
it
get
would
what
be
you're
more
saying.
yeah.
I get your point, because that's something that we do always, especially when there's a new person. We're looking at their eyes, we're looking at the expression of their face. Can I trust this person, right?
Mhm.
Can't do that with a machine.
Mhm.
So that's a really good point. I mean, then again, it's like we trust machines to do surgery, we trust whatever and stuff like that. But those are also operated by human beings. But I mean, supposedly these are still going to be operated by human beings. It's not sentient, right? Even though what's his face believes that they are, which is fucking hilarious.
Who believes that they're sentient?
Altman. It's like
that is an interesting point, and I think that that is one of the main problems. I think that, you know, it's not, you know, we can argue here till the cows come home about philosophy of mind and to what degree you know, we assign awareness to machines, right? And ultimately the debate is going to come down to panpsychism, because we don't understand what a single unit of mind actually entails. You know, so we don't understand what thoughts and mind are. We don't have a constructive philosophy of mind that we can hold up as a standard, you know, to apply to machines or plants even. You know, we don't even have one that can apply to plants and bacteria. You know, so
oh
so
my
successful.
God.
What mind do they have though?
Oh, the collective. Okay, So the collective intelligence around us is like way beyond what we can understand, and yet we overlook that all the time.
Oh yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
it-
I agree.
Yeah, so
Yeah, I agree.
that's a whole.
But ultimately,
What happened?
what's wrong? But yeah, I think ultimately it's gonna be an issue about the attitude of the people, like you said, like Altman, who are developing these things. You know, like Marvin Minsky, and also Ben Goetzel. You know, they kind of said how these things are successor intelligence. You know, how we're developing AI as a successor intelligence. And if they
Yeah.
actually believe that, you know, if they're going full transhumanism and they actually believe that, then they're misanthropes. You know, they think that, you know, humanity should be superseded, you know, and anybody with that type of belief who's developing something, I think we should be wary of a person like that from an ethical standpoint. You know, that why are we allowing such a person to have lots of resources instead of cleaning up monkey shit at the zoo, you know, in my opinion. You know?
Yeah, for sure.
So we should just control them and throw them in a zoo, make them clean up monkey poop.
Well, I'm not giving any recommendations. You know, I am but a man, right? But
yeah.
but I would, I mean, I would really question the, you know, quote unquote psychology of somebody who openly is developing the next stage of human evolution and then calling it the successor intelligence. You know,
I mean,
what is their
what if
motive? You know,
but what if he actually does, you know, pull something off and bring some interesting technology out of it because of that? You know, it will be what it will be. Like, it doesn't matter what he says it will be. You know, he can try for that, and
that's precisely the point. It won't be what he says it's going to
exactly
be, for sure.
Right.
It'll be,
but maybe he'll still develop something on this fairy dream. You know, that's how all of these stuff starts.
Yeah,
that takes us to a much more fundamental point about ethics and innovation. You know, how ethical is technological innovation? And one might argue, for instance, that all sort of technological innovation escapes ethical boundaries, because once something is made, we simply have to deal with the consequences of what to do with it next, you know, because we're not predicting who's inventing something.
That's always the question is, how do you apply it? Like, are you going to make a nuclear bomb or a nuclear power plant?
Exactly. So to me, you know, these questions are inconsequential. It all deals with the ethical parameters of it, you know, and how we're willing to apply certain things. And that's where I think that human beings are going to have to make serious decisions, you know, and the first decision is going to be regulation. You know, how are we to regulate such a you know, extremely something that takes hundreds of experts to even develop or manage, to a fact that they were actually talking about with the Sam Altman.
It's a black box
AI
too. Nobody knows what's going on in the black box.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, on the Sam Altman AI hearing, you know, they talked about creating a comparable agency like that manages nuclear energy, you know, to managing AI. So that's pretty serious right there. That's like a new addition, a bureaucratic arm. That's
well. So I would trust that. That's like an AI doing surgery. I would trust it. Like, if it was designed to manage a power plant, and like that's the whole purpose of this AI, then yeah, that would be. I would trust that over a human, because humans make mistakes.
I would not trust it one
a power plant. You know, no, because we already have AI. You know, AI's hallucinating data. You know, now what happens if they
do that on purpose? Yeah.
You know, you know, start a war based on metadata. You know what I mean?
Right. Which it will do that.
But a power plant is different than, you know, if its whole purpose is to make sure the power plant runs smoothly and doesn't melt down.
Right, but you need to maintain a balance, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And first off, human beings have a fear of death, right? That can't be programmed into a machine. The machine doesn't give a fuck, right? If that,
I mean, humans still do dangerous stuff that kills themselves. The fear of death doesn't always stop us.
That's going to be the argument. It's going to be, do you want Homer Simpson sitting there with the big red button? And
I would rather have an AI than Homer Simpson, to be honest with you.
You know, everybody's going to, you know, sign on to it stupidly, you know.
It's the same thing. Like, people are probably going to look back on this time in history and be like, how did they drive their own cars? Like, isn't that dangerous? Yeah, it's dangerous. Yeah, lots of people are dying all the time because we were driving our own cars back now. Yeah.
Well, I mean, come on, Ben. Like, I mean, do you have a self-driving car?
No, not yet. But I mean, once
Why
that
not?
stuff becomes
Why
standard, I
not?
think it would be dangerous to let humans drive cars again.
But no, but why not? Why don't you just
Because
let
the technology's not there. It's not affordable. It's not regulated. But as soon as as
what
soon as
about-
a country is like, okay, in 5 years, all cars in this country must be self-driving cars.
Yeah. What do you think
And
that
then all of
self-driving
their-
car is going to do in a police chase? Right?
What police chase? It's self-driving. It's going to just pull itself over.
I mean, the real danger. I mean, it's obvious that they're gonna have fully automated, armed sex robots. You know, why not? Because
That's obvious that's coming. Yeah, that's where the
yeah,
writing's
because
gonna be.
the fact is, because the fact is that once somebody created pharmacogenomics, they immediately applied it. You know, it's like
So that's
somebody
the same thing as this. Like it's just acting out a behavior that it was programmed to act out. What's going on under the surface is it's trying to act out this behavior. That's it. It's very dishonest. So that's what's going to happen with all of these robots. And
yeah. Well, we know this. So why are we going ahead with it? Is the big question.
It's that Kali urge. You know,
no, it's the
you know, the death urge. You know, like
it's if you don't do it, someone else will, and you might as well be the one to do it. That's why people go ahead with it. It's the train's already left the station. You're either on the train or you're getting left behind.
I mean, I understand, and I mean, I'm kind of on that train too, where it's like, okay, well, fine, you know, it's got to end sometime. I get that, but I could also say I think it's stupid as hell along the way.
Sure,
you know?
yeah. No one's telling you can't.
So,
in the meantime, when you turn 80 and something is going to take care of you, you're going to be like, oh, thank God something's doing my dishes for me.
I'm not going to make it to 80. None of us are.
All right.
I'm telling you right now. No, I'm serious. We will not be here for a live stream in 21. I can't do the math. Whatever. Okay. We won't be here. None of us.
40 years. In 40 years.
Yeah.
40 years?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we still won't be here.
No?
I don't think so.
I'm planning on being here. That'd be nice.
Actually, well, I think in 40 years it'd be right up to the point where it's about the end. But
it's about the end? You think there's an end?
Well, no, there's an end for us.
And then what's the new beginning? What our end is the beginning for what?
Well, everything happens, everything's cyclical, right? So I mean there might be some of us left over. We revert back to the Stone Age.
All right, so then come to my stream.
Find this technology, we'd scribble some hieroglyphics on it, you know, we wouldn't understand it, whatever. We'd get credit for it later on, you know, designing it, right? Like, you know, those Egyptians built the pyramids, you know. Why would a people, right, take all that time and all that precision, right, to build
You're
something
messing
like
with
that,
me,
and then
right?
scribble on the inside of it, like graffiti it? Come on, use your head.
You're messing with me, right?
No, I'm not messing with
You're
you.
being serious here?
I'm being totally serious.
Okay.
Absolutely.
CJ, you gotta change your camera back.
Well, okay. Well, I gotta plug this in. So either I leave, which might be a good idea, or
No, don't leave.
Okay.
Figure out another way.
Am I upside down or sideways?
You're sideways. You're sideways. Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta look at you like.
Oh, okay. Well, want me to turn my camera off? I could do that. Hold on. I'll figure something out. Well, the problem is, you know what? They got it plugged in from the bottom, you know?
Oh, you need to charge it at the same time.
Yeah.
He's got it plugged in.
Right.
That's why they got those holders with like the little hole at the bottom. Yeah, it wasn't properly designed to make the plug at the bottom.
No, it was designed so you had to buy something else. That's basically.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
But I'll hold it. I got it in.
Yeah.
No, but yeah. Sorry about the doomsday prediction, but I just.
No, you're fine. Doomsday predicting. I don't mind.
Yeah. Can't help but think that. I don't know. So you guys think it's going to be like a utopia, or?
I'm not going to speak for David. What do you think it's going to be?
No. Yeah, definitely not a utopia. Yeah.
I think there's a threshold coming soon where we're going to have a choice to either grow or die. And I think we're going to make the right choice. I think we're going to grow.
Ben, after a certain point, we're not going to understand like what this is giving us, even if it's trying to help us, so it's like,
what, AI?
Really, what's the point? I mean, after a certain point, we're limited in our capacity to adapt as quickly as we need to, right? So, I mean,
that's very stuck mindset, but sure.
How's it a stuck mindset? Okay, so you look at, say, your parents, right, and stuff like that. You give them new technology, what, they pick it up the next day? No, they can't. They can't, right?
But that's why we have new generations. Yeah, that's why I'm not going to be here when that stuff happens.
Right. But in all that time, right? So let's say we're dependent on this generation to come, which, by the way, will be half the size of the generation before it and half the size of that generation, etc. Right?
Yeah, it's funny because the whole childbirth thing, the people are pushing it now, and the young people are rejecting it even more because it's being pushed so much.
Well, yeah. What's the childbirth thing?
That we're just so like humanity is a pyramid scheme, right? Like if you want to retire, you need to have a whole bunch of people working to allow you to retire. And if the generations, you keep getting less and less people, we're going to need robots to help us retire. Like there's no way out of it unless we get more people quick.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting that and here's another kind of conspiratorial angle, is the Julian Huxley, how he kind of invented this word, transhumanism. And a lot of people don't know that. And he also invented Planned Parenthood, and he was kind of a thinker about, going beyond humanity. And you read Samuel Butler, Darwin Among the Machines, even in the 1800s, they had this concept of us merging with these machines, and
Neuralink.
Yeah, and this kind of idea, that this is the next stage in evolution. Ultimately, one of the things that was proposed by this idea of Julian Huxley and Planned Parenthood was this dysgenics. He believed that there should be global measures, and so did Bertrand Russell. That there should be global measures, that society should be literally run through the needle.
Would you ever get a Neuralink?
Would
installed
I get
in your
one?
brain?
No,
Yeah,
I wouldn't get any invasive technologies.
No,
ever. Yeah.
I wouldn't get the first generation one. I wouldn't trust that. But I think like third generation, I would get a Neuralink for sure.
I don't carry the cell phone with me.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Okay.
I don't carry the cell phone. Yeah.
Would you get a Neuralink, David?
Yeah. I'd say somewhere around there. Yeah.
Third generation?
Yeah.
Yeah. I wouldn't do a first generation. That's a bit too risky.
I actually probably would if it gave me an advantage, like a very clear advantage. I would.
Yeah.
Right.
It will. It will. That's the point.
Well, then, yeah, sign me up.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd be willing to take that risk. I actually think that's a good risk to take. So.
What's the AI question?
Yeah, I don't think you have to punish AI. You just, reprogram it. You fix it, whatever is wrong with it.
It hurts someone. Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Like if it's trying to get stamps, like what you were saying earlier.
Right.
If the AI wanted to get stamps, it might have to, break into somebody's house and start stealing people's stamps.
Right.
Human gets in the way. Human tries to stop them, and it has to hurt them.
It has to get the stamps. That's the goal. Yeah.
Yeah. Ben, how are we going to sue a robot? How are we going to? What we got? Robot?
Oh, I mean, I was thinking about that too with like the self-driving. Like, what if a cop pulls you over and you're like, I wasn't driving.
It was the robot.
Like, yeah, it was a robot. But like the whole law is okay. You still need a human. Like today with self-driving cars, you still need a human in the driver's seat to override it.
Are you going to be responsible for the robot's actions?
You, as the human, you can always override it, so you're responsible for it. If you see it doing something wrong, you're supposed to grab the wheel.
Well, you got to pay attention to your robot 24/7. The
If you're driving, you got to pay attention to the road 24/7.
No, but the robot doesn't need to sleep. The robot doesn't need to eat.
You mean outside of the road? You mean outside of the road? Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, like, look at the thing walking around like a goose. How do I know that thing isn't going to pick up a gun and accidentally shoot someone? Right. And then I'm going to be responsible for it because I took my eye off it for a second.
Well, I mean, if you went to court and they were like, yeah, I know I owed her a lot of alimony and my robot killed her, but it wasn't my fault. I didn't program it. I'm not responsible for this robot.
The robot, like alibi, yeah.
You know, like you're already crafting that narrative there, the robot alibi. I'm not going to take responsibility for it if it just picks up a gun and shoots somebody.
Yeah.
How do we courtship AI? How does it affect the law? What are the laws made around it? I think the machine lies knows. He'd be against
the machine lies.
He'd be against them for sure.
It really is. You know what's going to become like? Things are going to be way more absurd in the future than they even are now, and things are so absurd.
Things are
everything's going to be like the last episode of Jerry Seinfeld. That's what's gonna do.
That's a good analogy.
Yeah, I watched the Curb Your Enthusiasm finale yesterday, and
I haven't seen that show.
It's the
same idea.
It's about Larry David, and it's literally just Seinfeld, but Larry David's the main character.
Yeah, and
then the last episode is the same as that Seinfeld, that last episode. They just go through all the shit that he did and all the people that pissed him off. They're in a court of law because he gave someone a glass of water. So yeah, that's a Seinfeld episode for you.
Yeah.
I like his profile, his background, and then how the smoke like makes his body form.
Yeah.
Looks like he's Jesus.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, this background is from Invader Zim, the cartoon, the famous cartoon from Nickelodeon. Yeah, he creates a robot hamster. I think it's a robot gerbil or something like that. It's a hilarious scene. Yeah,
I like the artwork of it. It's funny.
Yeah,
dude.
yeah,
Are you wearing,
yeah.
Dude, let me ask you a question, man. Are you wearing a disguise, or is that like your normal? I'm not trying to insult you.
No, people think this beard is fake, but this is my real beard.
Yeah, props to that. That's well done. Yeah,
dude,
good
that's
job, buddy.
I got a pretty long beard. Yeah, it's actually you could pull on it. It's actually
dude, you
real.
look like a cross between Jerry Garcia and Jim Morrison, like LA Woman. Like what the.
I never seen that, but yeah. Yeah.
You don't know Jerry Garcia? You don't know?
No, that's too old. That's too old for me. Yeah.
You're getting jealous over there, David?
What?
Hippie stuff,
Oh, okay.
Hey man, can you send me some of that? Send it over.
Some of that hair, yeah.
Yeah, I'm getting jealous.
That really is impressive. My God.
Yeah, I got these. I could give you one of these. Just you could take it apart,
bro.
Like, looks good on you. Yeah,
dude.
One of the dreads.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, this is how we look back in the day. The Indians. Before they had haircuts and things. So
yeah,
so it is.
They didn't have combs back then. Yeah.
Yeah, if you go to India, there's those the devotees of Shiva, the
okay. Your Indian background. You have an Indian background. Yeah. It makes sense that your dad's a doctor and your mom's a doctor.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
That's so bad.
No, it's true. It's true. It's true.
True.
Yeah, they wanted me to be a doctor too. Yeah, they wanted me to be a doctor too.
Right.
Yeah, that's why I'm a black sheep of the family, is because I'm not a doctor. I'm a philosopher.
It's
big no, you know. And obviously, if you call yourself a philosopher too, you can't call yourself that. You know, people say that's a joke. You know, so I say I study philosophy. You know what I mean, right? You know, you have to say that.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
it's not a job. It's not a job description.
It's not a job, no.
Right.
Yeah,
and
because
your parents are practitioners, so aren't they engaged in a philosophy too?
No. You know, Socrates was homeless. You know, and then they say you know, I think it was Madison either Madison or Hamilton who said if if every Athenian was a Socrates, then all of Athens would be a mob. You know, so you know, there's my political side. You know, I call myself an anti-philosopher. You know, because I'm a cynic. You know, the brand of philosophy I follow is cynicism. You know,
Okay, here's a question for you. If you made a robot inside a store and it tried to leave, would it have to pay for itself?
I mean, if it already left, you know,
would it be arrested for stealing?
I mean, to me, the whole question, because they had these AI art, you know, competitions where people produce art based off of AI. You know, so the whole question became, you know, who actually, you know, produced the art. You know, should the award go to the AI or the person who programmed the AI? You know, or
Make the art, yeah.
So you know, I think ultimately it's so far to the people who programmed it, right? But I think once, you know, you know, because you know,
or
AI,
they got the training data from someone.
Well,
that's one of the questions. Is like, if you do all the training data, like let's say you take all the Led Zeppelin songs and you use that as your training data, then you can generate new Led Zeppelin songs.
Yeah, or it's like,
where does the
like
credit go to?
Different batches of LSD, and somebody had a good trip and a bad trip. It's more like that. You know what I mean? Right? It's even more subjective. You know, because
well,
it's
I mean, Led
personalized.
Zeppelin's a brand. You know, it's a brand. So, I mean, but we are co-creators. So, for example, like if I prompt the AI to produce this picture and it happens to be something that I can sell, well, then I created the picture. I own the picture. Just because someone created the model doesn't mean that they own the picture, right?
Yeah.
Or is it like Bitcoin mining, where it's like, you know, let's say one day you can have AI create a movie for you, right? So you're like, I want to make a movie with this and star this person and do all this stuff, right? So it does the movie and it turns out crap. Most of it's going to turn out crap. But if you have everyone around the world doing that over and over again, every so often you're going to come up with this badass Matrix movie, and you're going to be like, hey, check this out. So it's like, okay, you mined that movie from the AI. You actually got it. So you should get some credit for that.
Yeah, no, I think that's a good analogy. I think that's how it should work. That's the only way it could work.
Well, it's not really working out that great, and I'll tell you why. Is because in the generative AIs, they already have these watermark things that let you know when an image was doctored up and what tools were used to doctor it up. Right.
Yeah.
So in order to decide whether the image that you're looking at as a hoax,
and that doesn't have to be there, yeah. And you can pay to bypass that.
What do you mean?
You can get like a subscription to bypass that watermark image or whatever. It doesn't have to be there. The watermark is something they added on.
No, what I'm saying is that once you make an image with AI, right, you could trace back to see which programs were used to create that image, so that if a fake image is used or made as a hoax, you need AI to determine if it's a hoax. You see the problem there?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a huge problem. So much so that they're already training kids in school to realize hoax AI images. You know, so
yeah.
So this is a really so it's a really big problem already starting about these, you know, hoax images, you know, that are made by the AIs. So I mean, you know, I mean, it's a problem of authority at the end of the day, and a problem of, and you know, the problem is not going to be that people are creating fake images. It's going to be that people are doubting real ones. You know, at the end of the day, you know.
That makes sense to me too. And again, And again, this creation is just going to be a direct reflection of us, and that is scary in of itself. So, kind of is.
I mean, there was that funny one where they trained an AI on Twitter to do tweets because they wanted something to start doing tweets and getting a lot of followers, and then it just ended up being racist and using the N-word and all this kind of stuff. It's like, all right, okay, it was trained off of tweets. Yep, that makes sense to me. That is a toxic space.
Yeah.
Well, it lets you know right away. And look at what's allowed on Twitter today. Right, it's not an accident. Maybe it was more perceptive in picking up, you know, some underlying pattern that was being cultivated on.
False news stories, so-called fake news, disinformation, all the lies, fake news stories filling your news feed, and a Russian spread of fake news. Position today for passing on fake news stories via Twitter. Follow back news stories to their root source. North Korea. Found more of them came from Breitbart originally than from any other single source.
Who the fuck you think is pulling that wool? It's bull. The reason they control the world and us is because we let them, and we easily forget them. Acts of war, but we forgive them. To hell with these imaginary countries and religions. Trump and ISIS ain't the problem, even though they motherfuckers. It's the ones behind the narrative that playing us like suckers, instigate these wars in secret as they watch them from the shadows. They develop all the weaponry we using in the battles. True, then you may be asking, it's the way that they're controlling billions of us living on this planet. They have stolen. History is just history, and he edits it. However, it's most beneficial to the ending game they plan. How clever! Everything we think we know is because they led us to perceive it. If you really knew what people were, you never would believe it. Yo, the goal is to deceive us. Why does nobody believe us? Lucifer means light, but they rather you worship Jesus' word. It's a global soap opera, a spectacle to show. They wrote the script and do it so your mind will never grow. It's a global soap opera. The people always lose. They manipulate the way we view ourselves in all the news. It's a global soap opera. The bastards who conceive it control you through the fear that they've created and you believe it. It's a global soap opera. Your source of entertainment. Meticulously chosen stories crafted for enslavement. All the chemicals they feed us, the sugars and foods with colors. Toxic red 40 fed to the kids of unknowing mothers. They become so hyperactive and later develop cancer. Genetically modified organisms, no answer. All the Wi-Fi and wireless signals attack invisible. Causing them panic attacks that you have. They criminals. They knowing the effect that it has on our bodies. Come on, they want us running for our lives like Spider Hole and Saddam. Beast 1333 com. We'll come together, all uniting, formulate a thinking tank and train our comrades for the fighting. Why the fuck you think I'm writing? Why the fuck all these recordings? Somewhere on the planet right now, human beings are waterboarding, nastier than people hoarding prisoners that sleep on feces. Pain increases in the age of pieces. Rape and nobody's. He spread diseases in the back of preces. Now the gears is greasy. It's a plague of creases. The pieces with police. It's a global soap opera, a spectacle to show. They wrote the script and do it so your mind will never grow. It's a global soap opera. The people always lose. They manipulate the way we view ourselves in all the news. It's a global soap opera. The bastards who conceive it control you through the fear that they've created and you believe it. It's a global soap opera. Your source of entertainment. Meticulously chosen stories crafted for enslavement. In our faces, so they tease us. Vibrations from all these symbols. There are compounds of neurotoxic chemicals and Pringles. Scabies created shingles. Opportunistic infections. Slavery exists merged with Department of Corrections. I have birth and resurrection. I'm the fire from the phoenix. All the answers to our questions lie inside a double helix. Fathers first and sons the remix. As we live in out our cycles, I hereby call upon the power of my disciples. Automatic pistols, rifles. You ain't ready for the smoke. You ain't ready for this battle. You ain't ready yet to cope. I will give my life gladly for the future generations. Everybody lay their stone with my blueprint as the foundation. All my tracks, all my creations. Hope that some may serve to guide you. Take the time to listen to that little voice speaking inside you. They will try hard to divide you. What I ask is that you question every single person that you meet. I slay this session. It's a global soap opera, a spectacle to show. They wrote the script and do it so your mind will never grow. It's a global soap opera. The people always lose. They manipulate the way we view ourselves in all the news. It's a global soap opera. The bastards who conceive it control you through the fear that they've created and you believe it. It's a global soap opera. Your source of entertainment. Meticulously chosen stories crafted for enslavement. My brothers and sisters, you never know who has a vested interest in the latest headline. So make sure you question everything you see and hear.
Peace.
This is just, I mean, this is beyond. Everything was shipped to the FBI laboratory. in order to ensure that local people and independent investigators would not observe the discrepancy between the absurdly enormous amount of materials claimed to have been in the cabin and its diminutive 10 feet by 12 feet size, some say 10 by 14. They literally came in on a secret operation conducted midnight, May 15th, 1998. A dozen FBI agents, flatbed truck, took the whole fucking cabin to the Maelstrom Air Force Base, where it was placed under 24-hour guard. So that means no other agency, not even agency, no local jurisdiction, nobody could look at this. You just have to take the FBI's word that they found all of these materials, and by golly, they all match. And you know what? Ted Kaczynski's just gonna plead guilty right on the spot.
Seen it coming. I awoke from my rest and I began to write for y'all, truth from a speck of light. I chose to bring belief to those that hunger for the food of thought. Cause this is the life we chose. Fools go tip penny and let them astray. Others watched it go down, was afraid to speak on it. Some never recovered from the mental enslavement. I came greatness, the world wasn't ready to face me. Never, they thought you clever. Clever, see they coming. Never, they thought you clever. Now let's wicked brother Cal ordered them to come with their faces painted with smiles, and they came from air, land, and ocean. I watched as the sides of good and evil was chosen. Everything seemed to move in slow motion. People ran frantic as herds of wild steed. Their minds like rabbits, souls like deer. Fear was felt when the radiation melted the eyes from their heads. I fled seeking cover to find none. Trying for selection, played by RZA. Buildings crumble, missiles and bullets whistle, the earth rumble. Water-filled tunnels quickly from both ends. Trucks drop from bridges that sway from high winds. They thought he was trees buckle like knees, continuing to build and break the seventh seal. From the sky came fiery hail, trains derail. Horsemen, footed with sheep, shaped in concrete. Roar of the lion, voice thunder when I speak. From the finger came lightning, striking the beast. Jail cell broken by the wise bird spoken, gun smoking. It's the deaf poet quoting. Never, they caught you.